We should be good to go here in a second. Yep, there we go. I'm gonna mute my monitor in the background for now. So I'm trying to remember entirely where we left off. I think we're mostly just oh, give me a second here, because that is why is it windowed? Oh, no, that's correct. It was more correct how it was. I don't know why it's. If there were no technical issues, I I don't know what sort of stream would be. Okay. At least for you guys, you don't see a change in me. I had my taskbar under it and couldn't see stuff. All contestants are invited to participate in the Coastal Chase competition. Wild horses by middle. Yeah, I think we're kind of finishing up the towards the end of the story quests. In all honesty, I think we're getting to the end of it. Um, oh yeah, I shielded a ton of watermelons. That's right. Oh no. Um, I definitely need to plant more carrots, but yeah, I think I was trying to make cash, and I think watermelons is how I was doing it, which it does work. But man, I have questions. Of course, it's been a week since I played this, so I don't entirely remember what I was doing when I left off. I can take a very educated guess. That's about it. And I have been this week messing with a off-stream save, which is an entirely separate save, to kind of mess around with things that I didn't get to in this one, and basically see how fast or how slow you can do things. And I did find out before you ever get to intermediate races, if you're kind of slow on getting the horses there, you can get the reputation for the characters all the way up, which is very jarring because they give you like, oh yeah, we'll come in, we'll feed your horses, or we'll give a horse potential or stuff like that, which is super useful. But it's so weird that yeah, you can get it that early on. Oh yeah, you're a young adult now. Hello. Yep, I am. I was a
Your day,
little
mates.
late,
Hello, how are ya? Cozy Briz?
and there's Jasper, the little pet. But yeah, I was going to stream tonight. I was a little late. I had to end up messing around with some stuff again. And like I said, if there's not a technical issue, it's definitely not one of my streams. What am I gonna do with you? I forgot what I was gonna do with you. Oh, this is bad. I forgot what my plans. So my horses are. I was gonna say. I think you were in the I don't have room category. I do actually have more room now. But it's good to see you. Um, yeah. Downside is trying to remember what I was wanting to do. Because I think we had a copy paste here as far as this hole goes, and I can't remember what my thoughts were. We did have. I think the Palomino Colt was one I wasn't necessarily going to keep because it was more a test to see if I get melee, and I did. What was the thing with you? I think it was kind of also a thing here of. I don't remember if keep or not. I am really liking the face marking though. Um, so far we've been lucky. Nobody's had a cold. So far. And I think the concept is as long as you don't leave them out overnight, there's a limited possibility of it happening. But yeah, the private save, I kind of messed with it, and I did find out you can kind of, not necessarily break some things, but you can get things a little bit unlocked a little earlier than you would normally. And that's kind of been interesting. Oh, so yeah, the pet you can interact with. Um, said pet is also supposed to. I mean, it is technically text to speech. It is supposed to try to remember your conversations with some very basic AI stuff. I'm going to tell you it probably, like, take that with a heavy grain of salt. I don't think it entirely will. Question mark. And I've also set it so it's an hour between its weird little prompts of like I'm hungry and stuff. So it can't interrupt again for like an hour between little pop-ups. So hopefully it's not the worst thing, but it is interactable, which is kind of why it's here. Gives something for people to put channel points towards if they want to. That isn't like some of the other options. If any of the other options aren't really their thing. Oh, we were using you because of the statues, and then you got extra potential. That's right. Okay, we need to train you. Specifically, need to train your speed. Yep. Thank you.
Crikey, that's sponsor news, mates. Flaps wings excitedly, time to rustle up some more delicious brews at the Pando Pet Cafe. What'll it be, my loyal customers? Winks.
Ah. I've got to get used to it because I messed with the settings, and so I don't know everything with the settings.
Sips drink happily, that's a ripper brew, mate. Burps loudly the RRRRRRRRRP.
I also
Thanks for
don't
the
know
top up,
how
Cobber.
authentic some of the slang it's trying to use is. I would have to ask somebody who knows. Um, it tries. I will probably mess with the settings again in a little bit. It at least does try to be interactable. Oh, we were gonna do some of this because you're my Appaloosa that has the Appaloosa pattern. That's right. And I have the Tobiano, so I can get that achievement unlocked. That's okay. I'm kind of remembering some of the plans here. I think I said I didn't like this one. Oh no, that one's fine. Okay. I just need to figure out, was it a training thing? Yes. And I think it was a training thing with you as a problem as well. Okay. Okay, now I've got a little bit more of the answers of, okay, where did we leave off? Then, for you, yeah, we also have to train you up a little bit. I do think I kind of am at the point of no more fulls with you until I can get you trained more, and I don't want to put you in retirement because you've got clever, so you get points for training. Okay, that sounds about right. You have a blanket, so you've been here a little bit longer, I'm thinking. I'll put you on the pasture for now. It's not snowing, I don't think. So you should be fine. Even then, I think I have to leave him out overnight. Yeah, we have to train the Appaloosa a bit more, and I wasn't going to do that. Or I wasn't going to do some of the races until then, or was working on them. But I have a feeling once I'm finished with, I have this race, and I think I have the village race, and then once I'm done with those two, I think I actually end up fully completing the quest line of the game. Not in a bad way, but just like there's still stuff to do, there's still achievements. But I think I finished the actual story part of the game. I'm not sure how quickly you can do that, which is kind of what I'm messing with in a different save. But I think it still does take at least a little bit within the year. Town. First issue, yeah, let's see about this coastal one. So far we haven't had too many really big issues with the expert, that's just expert races, but I have a feeling this one is not going to be the easiest. Yep, expert. You give me a 5-minute time limit, meaning there's definitely a few jumps. I can't remember if some of them were like 6 though, so it might be a little shorter than a couple. Oh, that's right, I changed the competition outfit. Well, that's not too bad of a turn, but definitely interesting. Okay. Okay, some of these are set at kind of different angles than the jump before it, and not in a way that's like a turn, but kind of back and forth. So if you're not paying attention, you're definitely gonna slam into the jump. Let's see, there we go. I'm a bit worried I'm gonna end up hitting one of these jumps. Oh, yeah, this is a little complicated. At least a little bit more than I was expecting. I'm at 32-34, so I'm right at the end. Don't know how I'm doing time-wise. Oh, we got it with like 3 seconds to spare. Yep, definitely woo, because I was like, okay, this is gonna go one of two ways. Okay, so we got that. And then probably should do one of the other expert races just to make sure I get a little bit more cash in. We've earned back quite a bit. Can't remember. That's gonna be one of the. No, that is not the highest paying, I don't think. That is. Okay. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the town one. If it's last, it's definitely not going to be fun in the slightest. I mean, I've seen a little bit of it from another streamer, so I already know it's going to be bad, but it's going to be bad in a different way. Oh no. Okay. Maybe I don't run into the jump immediately. There we go. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, once there is a couple of colors that or patterns that unlock when you finish the game, and I'm excited about that. But I'm super curious because there's one horse that once you finish the game, you get them. They have a specific pattern. You cannot technically ever get rid of them, which I don't think you'd want to, anyways. They come like fully trained with this is the only way you can get that pattern. So there'd be no reason to ever like get rid of them, but they are entirely randomized as far as some of like the strength of the pattern, I think, and some of the other little bits and pieces, such as like the color that they actually are, plus any modifiers like dun, cream, anything like that. And I'm like, okay, well, this is gonna be really interesting to see what we kind of get out of that. And you can't re-roll it; you get what you get. Is the way the game does it. But I think there's a story line reason for it, and that's what I'm curious about because I think I kind of have the idea of the workup to it, but I am curious. Nice. Okay, we are definitely getting better at the expert competitions. It's not as bad. And then I need to go visit um, this tailor. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, shoot. I was going to visit the auction house as well. I do feel bad. I should do races on them, but at the same time, I am going to run out of space here, and I don't want to put a bunch of horses in the retirement pasture if I don't have to, especially because there's one horse that needs to come back out of the retirement pasture. Yeah, because we have him, and then we have an achievement for an Overo and Tovero full, and I don't have an. I have an Overo that's been waiting in the retirement pasture because of their training, and it might be about time to pull them back out. So I don't think they are currently pulled out. I'll have to double check when I get back. I think they went back in. I need to visit the clothing stylist, and then I need to also check here. So we have tack wise. I think I've. Yep. Okay, so I've definitely chatted with you and got that. And we've officially hit all the dialogue they can give. I don't see any of the. I think I have pretty much all the first saddles and stuff. Hoping to find more of the. They do like the flower one like that, but wait, are those shop? Grab those for some of the sets. I think the stylist I don't have a full friendship with.
Reads the fortune from the cookie. Your future holds surprises, both big and small. Stay open-minded, Sapphire_Peril,
Okay,
for
so that's
adventure
what that is.
awaits. Crikey, that's a ripper of a fortune, mate. Can't wait to see what surprises are in store for you.
This is what happens when you get the Australian voice option, I guess. I don't know how good the slang is, to be fair. And I thought treatment would give them a treat. No, apparently you get one in your turn. I didn't realize it did that. I don't know everything there is to know about the bot. I've had to read something like this stuff through the when you're setting it up, and it's clear but also not. It's about as clear as mud. That also does feel very generic for a fortune, but also really cool that it does that. Yeah, I figured. I may have to adjust it.
G'day, mate. How are you going, Sapphire_Peril? Wag's tail.
I'll have to mess with it a bit and see what I can do, but it's trying. It's trying its poor little heart out. Oh yeah, I don't have full friendship with you, so I don't think I have full friendship with the farmer either. Oh, there's gonna be at least two more I don't have friendship with, other than them, like, fully. They do have brown western pants. It is a little bit weird, yeah. They are fun. I think you can adjust it, and like I said, I might have to go back in and adjust it a bit. But you can go in and adjust them, and there's like different personalities and stuff. I think I have the barista personality, so again, it's trying its little best, but it's at least interactable, and the more stuff you do with it, the more it gets levels, and so eventually you unlock like different appearances for it. And I think there's also some appearances you get for like holidays and stuff, and I'll have to mess with that closer to. I don't think. Oh, she's the tailless. Stylus is the main of tails. Um, yeah, none of them are in town today, so I have to actually go find all of them. I don't think I have 3 hearts with him yet either. Also, may or may not have found out something kind of interesting. I don't mind her pattern. She's got the Appaloosa blanket pattern without like the snowflake, is what they call it when it has spots. And I was like, okay, well, she's an Appaloosa, so I can get any of the patterns. I don't think that's correct. I think it's you get pattern like A, B, C, D through H or whatever, how many there are, and then it has variations of it. Uh, Tobiano, Overo, and the Tovero, I think, work differently. So I will get a variation of the pattern she has, and I think that will also work for the achievement coat. That's a cross between the Tobiano and the Appaloosa. So I'm kind of curious if it'll be that I'll have like all of her fulls wind up having the blanket without snowflake. I won't know until I test it, and I'm still waiting to get her fully trained before I do. I still need to train the other horse so that when I pair them, it works out as well. But I did just get the coastal expert race, so I think the last one I have to do is the town one, and I am not looking forward to that. What do you have? Is that the? Oh, it's the braid. Short tail, long tail, medium tail, and then the bubble braids. Hmm. I don't really need any of them yet. Okay. Chat. Your horses will grow in four different lengths, from short to medium to long, and finally to very long. It takes a week for each stage of growth, so it'll be a full season to grow it out very long. But that long, luscious mane is worth the wait. Okay, so we haven't gone all the way up to 3 with him yet, and I thought there was going to be more to that conversation. I'll use the stone to teleport around a little. Meadow, Aisha, yep. Because I can talk to her, and I don't think I have full rep with her either. Oh, there's wild horses here. Totally forgot about that. Not too worried about that right now. I'm also amazed there's not achievement for either buying or having a fully white horse, just because they're kind of a rare thing wild-wise and even in the auction house. Chat. Oh, you came to see what I'm up to? I'm just planting some new tree seeds. It'll be a while before they're fully grown, though. A matter of years, actually. Looks like I'm staying at Rivershine for a while. I know it's surprising. Since last time we talked, I was getting ready to sell the place. But when the buyers got here, reality sunk in. I realized what I'd be giving up. I'm not the same person who came to Rivershine for a temporary stay. This place has changed me. And for the better. I think that's why my grandfather left me his farm. So I would realize there's more to life than worrying about my career. There's plants to grow and poetry to write. Speaking of poetry, would you be interested in hearing my latest haiku about radishes? That was I doing. Oh no. I do get some carrot seeds though. Did 20. And I think I'm working towards the indoor arena, which is going to be pricey, but I'm going to go to Liam anyway so I can check how much it's going to be. I think it was like the last upgrade that I need. I think I have all the farm ones, or I'm really close to having all the farm ones. Forest, Liam's house. Yeah, I should be really close to having most, if not all, of the upgrades. I have all the house ones. I have all the pasture ones. I think it's a retirement field I don't have. Nope, I don't have the orchard. Yep, indoor arena was what I was working towards. Knowledge space to retirement pasture while I have it. I need to quickly put my phone off of vibrate before that comes through my mic. Yeah, that's expensive. Okay. Oh, shoot. I need to chat with you again. Welcome to the Rivershine Carpentry Shop. How may I help you? Oh, Vampiric, I've been wanting to talk to you. I finally settled on a new greeting. My mentor came by earlier and helped me come up with it. I'd introduced you to him, but he just left. He's heading back to his retirement cottage. He had a great time catching up. He told me about his garden. His root vegetables are growing adequately, as he put it. You should have seen it. Every time we tried to chat, a customer would come in and I had to go back to work. It was nerve-wracking with him watching, but I managed. He laughed at my old greeting. I told him I didn't want to copy him, but he doesn't worry about things like that. He just said simple is best. That's what's been on my mind all day. I'm finally decided on a new greeting. I'm just glad everything went well during his visit. Oh no, I forgot to give him his present. He's already on his way home. Oh, sorry, what were we talking about? Interesting. It is kind of nice to see their stories progress little by little. Okay, we need to take you back to the ranch. Stable, because I need to train you. Especially if I want to be ready for the last competition. And I have a foal and a couple other horses to train. It is going to be weird getting the... I need to train first. Oh, flexibility mostly. The last horse that you get as like the unlock. Because there's an actual story reason behind them. And it's going to feel a little weird not having them since the beginning of the way. Yeah, you need flexibility and endurance, and everything else is actually not too far off. I think Madeline may have visited and given potential, because I don't remember her having as much potential, even though I've been kind of riding her around. I think, to be fair, she had enough potential to level up all the way anyways, or was really, really close to begin with. Yeah, 88 and 86 on those are not bad. And so far we've been doing really good with the races, so that's at least really good. That was just a really long battle because it's not a full, and the training the fulls goes so much quicker. Yeah, 96 on jump, so almost there, and speed is 94, so again, almost there. Yeah, we definitely don't, I think, have just enough yet to fully finish leveling, because I need 14, 12, and then an extra 10. But we're getting there. We're gonna get really close. There we go. And I need to pull my other horse out of the retirement pasture and get that full. So we have the Tovero full if we can get it. Maybe we have a 33% chance of getting it, so it's it's gonna be a process. She is really pretty though, so I'm kind of excited to see the full that comes out of the Appaloosa and like Tobiano combination, so the Pentaloosa combination. To be fair, it's definitely going to be a done because the Tobiano horse I have right now is a done. I do technically have another Tobiano, but they have melee, but their skills are so low that if I really waited on leveling them all the way up, it would be probably a few weeks of streams. And that is going to be a really long time to just for an achievement. You can do it later, like that is like continuing on, but just to get the achievement, that's going to be a really long time. Oh, the endurance is almost 90. I can't remember what her other traits are. I know she's got clever. I'll have to check. I have a couple of horses who have clever now as well. But I am still very much not excited to go into the last expert race because I know it's going to be very brutal and not fun. Get lip chap on before my lip has a really bad day. Our weather's changed, and I am definitely knowing about it. We went from really hot and dry to suddenly dry, windy, and a lot cooler. Oh, that went up one. Yeah, getting both those 1090 is going to be really good. And I should, because I completed the one, I should get the town race tomorrow. I don't think it'll put an extra day in between. It might, but I don't think it will. Okay, 90 and then 88 on flexibility still. Try to get that endurance caught up. It is interesting to have a horse this close to being fully trained, and it'll be interesting to see what amount of difference it makes. Because just the getting everything to like 90 has made a difference, especially for the jump. Um, and for speed and jump, being those 90 made a big difference. Okay, two liches I've seen so far, even on my private save, you can actually lose your pet until you restart the game. If you have a pet follower and they get stuck somewhere and they don't get unstuck, you'll notice you aren't picking up stuff, and suddenly you actually have to relog the game to go get them back, where I think sometime starting a new day will fix it. But I found that out weirdly, and I'm not sure how they got stuck or what they got stuck on. Because I couldn't find them to figure it out. Which hopefully, if I get it in the stream, I can clip it, download the clip, and send it in as a bug thing. Like, hey, by the way, this can happen. But I also really don't particularly want it to happen on stream because then it's kind of a pain to go figure out where your pet went and how. takes so long. To put the rest in flexibility for a bit. I would love to train him in the general pen, and I think the indoor arena also kind of helps. I can't remember if the indoor arena allows you to get the boost the same way the foals do naturally. I have to go back in and read what the specific thing about it is. I think it does. I think it gives you the boost that normally only foals get in the round pen. So then training goes faster. Yeah, Trist is not too bad. We're actually doing pretty okay. I think the other thing is going to be weird having a horse that has enough potential to start to finish leveling up and then them just permanently having extra potential that's not really going to go anywhere. So close. Then, of course, I have our horse that has Harvester as a trait that I need to train a bit. And then we have our foal we need to train. The foal will go really quick. I still need to also go back and try to figure out. I think I know how he has the facial pattern. He does, but I need to double check who the parent is. Because if that's the case, that facial marking can probably get passed on again. And it is kind of a cool facial marking. I think it's like the fullest badger pattern you can kind of get. There we go. Get you brushed off. And then, where is the teeny tiny foal? Well, if I figure out where the parent is, I can find the foal. There's the parent. Yeah. Yeah, you have that face marking. Your parentage is... Okay, so it's a Palomino that's the parent. Okay, interesting. See, I know for a fact that's probably how he got the face pattern, because you have the little tiny one on your nose, and he does have the part of the version of the badger pattern. So at least I kind of know, because I bet I will have other foals that have a similar or same pattern. The horse with Harvester is somewhere. There you are, buddy. Nope, not you. Hang on, where is he? Oh no, he is in there. How are you so hard to spot? I think because the blanket covers up his markings just enough that he looks kind of like one of the other horses. Now to... I feel like he has kind of a two-tone tail. Now to make sure that he gets trained. Okay, I don't think I've dyed his hair. I think that is naturally two-toned, maybe? I need to work on your speed and endurance, technically. Actually fairly easy. Kind of wish I'd given you food, though. At least tomorrow, I know that or next day in game, I know I need to make sure I give him the speed boost food. I know I don't actually. I won't have to because I think his potential will run all the way back down. Which means if I'm going to do that, I can trade him out for one of the other horses, because he'll have all the potentially gained from the statues and stuff down. But I'm growing enough watermelon. I don't need to use them to collect watermelon right now. So that works out. I do have everything in the back that you guys can't see yet. I don't think I can scoot out of the way enough. There is a table back the other side actually, but I'll just mess with that later. I got the animatronic parrot set up for right now on a little table that eventually might show it. But what I'm trying to do is put a cat bed on the bottom because it's a two-tiered table, and have a way so Cece can kind of sleep back there in the back if she wants, where she's not directly under my desk. Not sure how she feels about it. The parrot, on the other hand, she has a hate-love relationship with it right now. Because it's an older animatronic and they wanted it to make it like somewhat realistic, and by no means is it fairly realistic, it's fairly realistic at a distance. It of course has like realistic eyes though, and a little bit towards the realistic movements, and it's not turned on, but it absolutely scares her, and I feel so bad. But she's getting used to it. She's a bit more fine with it. The dogs, on the other hand, cannot stand it, and it's really funny. Get 48 on 36 in endurance, so pretty well caught up. And get one more to endurance, I'll just let the speed run for a bit. Maybe we almost got to 50 with him on everything. I think he only had 2 intermediate and 2 beginner when I originally got him, and I got him because he's really cute. So far, not bad. And he has the harvester, which is really good. I'm kind of curious. Like, yeah, eventually I do definitely want to see what him having foals would look like. So I wonder how many of them will get the extended melee, though I did find out it is very random on how strong the pattern you get is. And I know that because on the private save I did, was messing around with it, checking it out, and very quickly had a horse that had, I think it's like the maximum melee you can get, and her full had just about the minimum that you can get. So I know it is very randomized in that regard. They'll either get, like, they can get the maximum that the parent has, or they can get all the way down to the minimum, and there's like a few stages in between. And he is maximum for sure. Can I get another point into endurance if I can? It's got 4% to go, so I might just let it go into speed. Then, of course, I'll take him back out once I get all the statues leveled up again and glowing. Because then I can go back in and level him up again, because he'll add 5 to all this, and we'll add 5 to trust, or 10 to trust. And of course, they'll give him, yeah, 5 to these, 5 to that, I think, maybe 10. And then I'll get an extra 10 potential to kind of spread out between the other skills again. So far, not bad. I might switch out my competition outfit eventually for a knit outfit. I was hoping that the cowboy outfit would look pretty good, or at least I need to change the color of the cowboy outfit a bit. Trying to find something that kind of goes with the hand woven set and the fur saddle, plus a lot of like the hand woven bridles. I am curious, and I need to go into the Discord later and check what the, because there is The way the sets were made, there was kind of a vision in mind, I think, with the creator and how they wanted them to be put together. And I kind of need to see what they are to figure out what sets go together, because there's some sets where I'm like, I kind of see how these go together, but I also don't think they do. And that would give me confirmation one way or another if, like, that is 100% how they go together. I think I have more energy than I do points right now for him, so I don't think it'll take the entire bar. The full will be really quick though. And then do need to plant the carrots. I might have. I need to check. I think I can make more of the fertilizer I need to add to carrots. I think I ran out of manure hilariously enough last time, and that's why I couldn't make more. And I forgot to check the eggs today, so I need to go do that. No, I did. I did check it. I'm trying to remember I have chickens on this save. I have to remember I have chickens on this save and collect the eggs. Also, sometime next week, most likely instead of a Tales of the Shire stream Tuesday, I mean, I would be done with it by then, but I don't want to do 2 streams in a day that are going to be a little bit longer. Tuesday in the evening, we're probably going to have a peak stream, and I've got a few people who are wanting to do that, so we're going to try to do a peak stream and see how it goes. So I'm going to try to set that up over the weekend, make sure everything gets ready for that, and hopefully it should work out. But the plan is for that to be Tuesday. No promises on how it's going to go. Full stop. Just it's going to be chaos. I know it's going to be chaos because I know the people that I'm going to be doing it with. So I know there's at least one person in the group who, after finding out that you can eat people in the game, I think is now going to be their life mission. And I think the rest of us are all just a tiny bit concerned about how that's going to work. So it'll be interesting. I'm actually amazed that person isn't currently watching the stream, but then again, they are chaos incarnate, so they are probably causing chaos somewhere. Okay, 2 more. I forgot to move my webcam back to the other side, so while it's doing that, I will do that. Yoink. It was better for my Assassin's Creed stream if it was on the other side, and I forgot on this side it means you can't see any of the horse info because it's on this side technically. So, okay, there we go. I mean, because of Jasper, you can't really see the commands here, but that's not, thankfully, anything too big. Okay, that says 42, and we're down to 1 point. I swear. Okay, there we go. It took a second to figure itself out. It was like I know it was on 42, and we still had 2 points left. So something is not quite adding up. Got one more potential point to go, buddy. You can do it. I wonder if CC's still laying down over there. Probably. Yeah, it's just that one more point. That'll have him all the way uh, drained to potential for again right now. And then I can put him back in the retirement, take out the mare I've been meaning to take back out, try for that achievement full. And then we have our other full for the Appaloosa achievement that I want to try for, but I need to get both of those horses fully trained before I'm willing to fully do that one. So I know it's going to be a lot better if I do. I'm not as worried about the Tobiano and Overo cross full because I know the mother isn't all the way. She didn't have clever, so I know for a fact she's not all the way trained, and so the foal's still gonna not come out with like full training. It's acting like he has more potential, and I know for a fact it said 0, so not worried about returning him to the retirement pasture right now. Where is the foal that I need to train? Buddy, where did you go? I think your mom was over here. Um, how did you get stuck on your child? Okay, there we go. Also, rather than trying to lead him through this, which seems to glitch out quite a bit, there is a gate over here. I'm just apparently not paying attention to where some of the gates are for stuff. And of course, we still have Pickle, Tasty, Cucumber, and Arcana Starlight still in here. You take you out, and I need to put you back in. And now we've got more room. So if we have to move horses into the retirement for a bit, at least definitely have more room to do so. I think the max that we can have is 24 horses that are in retirement. And what do we need to work on for you? Speed and flexibility to be fair. I think I was also having to question why I was worried about the training as much. I shouldn't be because I know that they're not going to be a foal that's going to be kept. And you just still am. There we go.
Oi mates. Welcome to the Pando Pet Cafe on Twitch. Come on in and give Jasper Claw a pat. This little dragon loves a good cuddle session. Bringing you the best brews too.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to laugh every time it talks, but it gets it's less the accent and the slang, and it's more that it comes up with the most random things when it does pop in, and it's at the most random times. I think yesterday I had a cutscene in Assassin's Creed, and I was like getting this thing done, and it was right before the cutscene, and I had another voice for it, and it started doing Z's like it was sleeping right before the cutscene. I was like, okay, come on. It is its own punchline at this point, and it is great. But man, is its timing? Its timing is very much something. Oh yeah, so if you're still around, for that little pet, I have the dragon one, but there is a few different pets, and I think they just released a newish one, which is an axolotl. But they have a cat, they've got a bulldog, a fox, their own pet, a raccoon, and then the dragon. I was hoping they'd have something like a unicorn or something, but not yet. think it's every 5 or 10 levels that it gains, it gets a new look. I have to double check that. I don't remember. I'm not doing bad. I'm not gonna blame them for turnip. Turnip actually really does work for this rodent coat. It just really does, especially the Sabino markings on it. It's just a very funny name to randomize with. Also, I think it's supposed to be an hour before little Jasper shouts out again, so I would have to check if that is actually the case or if I didn't quite save that setting. So I feel like it was a little less than an hour. But so far, not bad. The endurance I'll have to work on later. You're definitely gonna have good skills. Because yeah, what you're gonna put 25 into each. Let's see, you know, 20 for each now. So everything is gonna be in 60. I'll also have to go back in and look through the guide because I haven't checked in a second, but it talks a little bit more about what does and what does not get you a higher price, and so much of it is really just based on the stats. Hey, buddy, let's go take you back. And then I need to grab Black Snow's in the stable out. I can't move her stall again because it's gonna bug out. So she's kind of stuck on this side of the stable for now. Make sure she's cared for. And then we're going to take a chance on hopefully getting the full we need first time around, but I have suspicions that it may not work as well. Right stallion, wrong mare. Wrong mare twice. There we go. Only an 80% or 87% chance, so hopefully that fool's flexibility is going to make me cry later, but it could be worse. Oh shoot, I should have brought everyone in and then did that. Well, let's see if I can get everyone in without too much fanfare, or without it kicking anyone out. Okay, it says everyone's in. Hey, we did it. Yeah, we did it. We actually managed to get everyone in without too much fanfare, or without it kicking somebody back out randomly. Yay! Okay, yeah, you got food. Oh, you got food. Oh, that's right, you're my little buckskin foal. I do need to finish training you now that you've clever. You'll eventually be able to do more of the competitions, but I've been doing the beginner ones. I have the board here. I don't even need to. I'm so used to it. I forgot that I bought the board, so I didn't have to do competitions all the way in town. And then I conveniently forgot that I bought the board to do that. Okay. Um, I don't have the shield fertilizer, I think is why I don't have more watermelons planted. And get the carrot seeds planted in. Because they'll grow. Then I figure out why I couldn't do the rich fertilizer so I can add to it. So I have one. Was it literally just I didn't have enough stuff? Oh yeah, it was absolutely I didn't have enough stuff. Add a couple more carrots here. It does feel funny growing the watermelon in the winter, but it'll help cost-wise. I think you earn really little on the carrots even when you boost them. I think the watermelons are the ones that you earn the like, actual most from. See if it gives me another wild horse pop-up. Kind of feeling it might. Oh yeah, it's the winter festival as well. Yeah, there we go. We have the Rivershine Town race, and I can't do it, I don't think, because of the festival. So that works out beautifully. Send all to stable for a second. I think it's right, you're still good. VD real quick. Yeah, eventually Coffee Bean will also be a maxed out trained horse, which will be kind of cool. Um, might have to go get more sand here pretty soon. There we go. Yep. They also work on getting more orchard grass and stuff as well, but that's easy enough to buy it, and especially if you sell those watermelon, we'll probably have more than enough to do that. Might take you into town for the day. I'm super happy that I did get her, and she's really freaking cute. So, just gotta make sure, keep giving her opportunities in town and stuff. Also, need to take a look at what the tech I have on her is. I think I have one of the hand-woven sets, which works out pretty much for most of the horses, or I may have put her in one of the broke sets. I think this guy has one of the broke sets. Or at least that was what my goal was. I don't know if I ever got there with it. Nope, he has one of the broke sets. Okay. I think you do as well. No, you have one of the... No, you have the same broke set. That's right. And then go back outside for a bit again. Yeah, what set did it give you? Oh no, you have the hand woven. Oh, shoot. I need to put everyone in the pasture, so... It doesn't work if I take you out too early. Send to pasture, or send all to pasture. Fingers crossed we get the Tobiano and Overo crossful first try. Gives me like, oh, her mom might be the Appaloosa. No, her mom is definitely not the Appaloosa. Her mom is horse I had for a bit. That's right. I should try to see if I can get another of the Dunskins foals out of the Dunmare and Cream Stallion I have, even with the Appaloosa. Town. Oh, wait. If we're gonna go into town, we might as well go this way. Also, hopefully we get goats. I got goats on my other safe the first time I popped in. I was a little bit salty because I was getting sheep like time after time on this safe. I have a feeling it might give me sheep again. Because I want to get all the little goats. They're so cute. Oh, hi, sheep. Speaking of sheep, that's a bad omen for my choices for farm animals already. And of course, we have the Baroque tack, and I don't have all the pieces of it, so I'm curious. This is our first winter festival, so I actually get to see what the antlers look like. Yeah, I've been getting all the blankets, so I'll keep doing that. Go here for a second, see what we have. Oh, we have one sheep and one goat. And I think I have that goat already. I'll have to double check. I can at least chat to everyone here. Today's not my best day. I've been feeling a bit off, but I'm managing. I've been thinking about all the fairs I used to travel to. Back then, I pushed myself so hard, always trying to make something new, something perfect. But I learned that perfection doesn't exist in the way I thought it did. I see it now, in the quiet beauty of my garden. I see it in the small victories, like pressing a flower until it becomes a beautiful keepsake, or making something from scratch that for someone I love. That's my kind of perfection. Nice. Oh, shoot. I should have checked the shop. I think that's the one I've been looking for ages. Even though now I don't really use it as much, or as much purple, specifically. They always pretend he's not into festivals, but you should have seen how neatly he arranged his tack. Every little thing was lined up. It was like it was going to be inspected. But I have to admit, he always makes it look good. Like, did you see the seasonal accessories? They're so cute. I will have to check them out. There's so many things to see during the festival, so many people to talk to. It gave me a new project idea. And it's not a box this time, I promise. Okay, it might be kind of square-shaped. That's gonna be funny. I've come to realize I've spent so long chasing answers, but now I find peace in the small moments, the simple things, like brushing a horse's coat in the morning light. If you don't mind me coming by in the morning, I'd love to help when I have time to give your horses a good brushing down. It'll help me clear my mind, and they'll be shining like the night sky. Now let me pull one last card for you, for old time's sake. Ah, of course, the World card. It's a card of completion. There we go. Of harmony. Today is the day for celebration, accomplishments. Your luck is at its peak, and everything feels right in the world. Let's take a moment to enjoy how far we've come. So now we have him, so he can come to the ranch, and we don't end up having to brush the horses for the day if he stops by. That's kind of nice. I need to figure out what I want to do for mane and tail style for her, because I want to keep showing off the little star that she has. I don't think I want to keep her having a short mane and tail style forever, though. So many choices. Ooh, we have more of the burp tech that I don't already have. And then there's stuff that I clearly do have all of because it no longer supplies it. Nope. We have the antlers, though. And I'm going to start grabbing the seasonal saddle pads because I'm kind of curious how they'll look. Oh, here's our little antlers. That's actually still kind of cool. I don't think any of the melee horses will be particularly fancy this time around. Nope, we do have some kind of fancy patterns. I think this one's actually kind of fancy. But I think it's a Bay Tobiano with yeah, melee Bay Tobiano. Huh. How? Okay. Actually, I kind of have an idea how. Never mind. Um, let's see how we do in the practice on this one. Oh, I think it's a standard barrel racing one. That's what it looks like. Oh yeah, it's a standard barrel racing pattern. There we go. I mean, maybe not award-winning time, all things considered, but I think we can do it. Oh. I think I tapped one too many times or held just a bit, and we kind of hit a stop. Oh, we still did fine, though. Nice. Oh, have we already talked to George? Oh yeah, we have 3 stars with George now. I don't have the expert pins, that's right. And they are expensive. And I don't have 3 hearts with you yet. You'd think I'd hate crowds, but there's something exciting about everyone being in town. I get to see all my favorite people all at the same time, including you. Anything else in your mind? Nope, not for a second. I don't have all the hearts with you yet. I'll be right with you. Just writing my mom an update. I was worried things would be awkward after her last letter, but we've actually never been this close before. She wants to hear everything about my life here, the good and the bad. We talk a lot about you too. She says you have real potential as Rivershine's champion. She hasn't heard so much talk about a champion since she trained the last one here. I have to say, her approval means a lot in the writing world. You should be proud of how far you've come. I've actually been thinking about helping you more in the ranch. If you don't mind, I'll come in at sunrise to work with your horses and increase their trust. I think it'll be helpful for me to refocus my passion after everything that's happened. Oh, and I'll tell my mom about this too. I bet she'll love to hear it. Now, what should I write next? Okay, that's cool. So she'll give her horses a bit of trust. I don't. I think I have full relationship with Madeline, but I'll double check. I don't know if they can all like pop in on the same day. I think it's kind of a they can't situation. You're probably gonna wonder if it's okay. Yep, immediately. Oh, I do have full friendship reputation with you. Okay, come here. Before you get too far away. We can at least go back to the ranch. Because we have Volusimare to train a little bit, and then I can, if I do it early enough in the day, do another expert race with her, but I don't think it'll let me do the town one, even though I have the board. Yeah, it won't, even if I have the board. That's fine though. Eh, Yo, yo. Um, they have some interesting things that could, I think, can be as random names. I don't need to train you, actually. At least brush you down. That is not the correct end of the barn. You're on the far side. Send to pasture. Oh, you don't have a blanket. Oh no. Please don't get a cold. This could be bad. Blanket. Could do that one for now. Yeah, there's some interesting ones. I know for these, it's on a split system, so first name and last name can be entirely randomized. But yeah, Pokemon for having a two name is entirely insane. I think there's a few that do though. I'm trying to think of any others that have a double name. But I do think there is a couple or variations specifically. Oh, where is? I gave you the green blanket so you'd stand out, and then apparently you don't stand out. I I mean there is green on the ground, so maybe that's it. I don't know. You'd think it'd be easy to spot. I want to get that race done, but I also can't do it. I at least get a couple of the other ones done. Oh no. I'll have to take a look at what it looks like. Well, I can work on your flexibility because I need a BRB. I will be back. I'm going to just let her flexibility train while I do that, and I will be right back.
SST. Jasper Claw has a dream. Can the chat describe it? Wow, what a weird dream. G'day, mate. How's it going, Lulu123081?
Sorry, Lou, you caught me all as AFK. Yes, that is a bot. He does try to at least interact with chat, but I think it's just a tiny bit broken in the slightest of ways. There is supposed to be a rock, paper, scissors game with it, and I have weirdly no idea how it works. Turn up. I have coffee now. The training is very slow. Yeah, bot rock, paper, scissors. I think supposedly, if you actually win it, you can make the bot sad. Not saying you should. I'm assuming it's probably either a redeem thing or. Give me a second here. Oh no. It's the rock, paper, scissors thing that you can do. I just type rock. Oh, I didn't mean to capitalize that. Or do I need to put an exclamation point in front of it? I have no idea how it works, to be fair. That is something I will have to work on and figure out, or like actually go back in and look up a little bit. Oh, okay. No. Oh yeah, no, it does get sad. Okay. Yeah, it does get sad. Dude got scissors and didn't hit either of the blue. It didn't get either of the choices. Oh
In a friendly,
shush.
calm tone, oi there, mate. G'day, vampiric dark bat.
I
How's
like
it
how it
going?
doesn't realize that I'm the streamer. It just is like, oh yeah, no, you chatted. But yeah, no, I didn't get either of the either of the poll options. Poor bot. Poor bot. Very true. Yes, it does. It's meant to roleplay a little bit or try to. I mean, there's supposedly a thing that if you mess with it and quote unquote try to order drinks, it's actually supposed to remember like what you did, but I am saying take that with a grain of salt. um, because it means it's technically a type of AI that it's running off of, and that is not always as advertised. Yep, I have 90 in both those skills. We're getting there. Not too bad. I am kind of winning here. This is our highest level horse. Once we get them 200, will be really good. I want to get them fully trained before I try to have a full, like I want to, because I have full that it needs to have a combo color for one of the achievements. So it needs to be Appaloosa and one of the paint patterns. And I have to show you, we got a full last week, and we got it. Yeah, he's alive. Don't worry. Um, that we got the achievement for, like fully got the achievement for. Also, might have to move the chat box. Hang on, let me see where the chat box is. And let's get that there. Jasper was eating the chat box for a second. But I'll have to show you the full that we got with a special color that is achievement only, and you have like a 33% chance to get it with a particular combination of forces. So we did manage to actually get it first try. Yep. And they popped out with a little star on their head. It's super cute. The downside, as much as I want them to train faster, it is just a slow process. I mean, they're down to half energy. I'll do half today, half to tomorrow night, or finish up their training tomorrow. That works either way. Because then I can show you. And yes, he's still alive running around causing chaos. Plus, I'm going to have to train him pretty soon because he's got clever, so he should have potential now and need training, but that is just a later problem. Okay, she's good. As of Palomino we got, he's over here in the area that he likes to be in. He's still doing just fine. He also is a little bit further trained than some of the other horses. But he's an adult now, and as I say, I don't think it shows me. But yeah, he's a big boy now, and I have, if I can find her wherever she went, a really fancy foal. Oh, there she is. This is the one that is a color that you can only get uh, from the achievement, or like the achievement pairing that you need. And she's got a little star on her forehead, like straight up popped out with a star on her forehead. She's so freaking cute though. Nope. I think she's a young adult still. Yeah. So I can do basic races on her, but I can't do any of the really fancy ones just yet. She is a color, like the tone of color she is only comes out of that achievement. There is no other way to get it. So it's really interesting. It's not the socks, it's the actual color she is. So she's a what's called a dun skin. She is a cream gene and the dun gene. So the lightest dun. So she is lighter than the lightest dun currently. Like she is very light in comparison. This is one of the lighter dun colors, is what he is. So he's about as light as you can get for the chestnut dun coloration. And by default, she is a lighter color. So that's their way to differentiate that it's different. Yep, it's because her dad is a Palomino, so he's got like the light coat, and this is not the lightest cream horses get. This is one of the darker coats because there's only one copy of the G instead of two. Not that this game works quite that way. It's if it's cream, it has any like possibility of being both or one version of the gene. So Palominos, chocolate Palominos. Um, some of the smoky colors only have one copy of the gene, or uh, along with Buckskins. That's the other one I'm thinking of. Buckskins only have one copy of the cream gene, which technically she only has one copy. If they have two copies, they come out looking a lot closer to white. And if I find one of those horses, I'll show you later. Thank you. So that's kind of how that one works. I need to figure out where I was going to train the foal completely got sidetracked. There he is. Let's go train you. And then I'm not going to train her just yet. Let the um, our little Dunskin foal. She's a young adult. She's fine for right now. Don't worry too much about training her. I do need to train one of our other horses though, because I want to pair him with the Appaloosa, but I don't want to do it until he's fully trained. They're not fully trained, but at least I don't have a lot of potential sitting somewhere where it's not going to anything. There we go. Yeah, both those need to be worked on, so he's fine. We need to eventually see about getting. We can't do the race today, which is gonna bug me because it's the quest sitting there, and I want to get it done. Um, eventually, we're gonna get those quests completed, and that's gonna give us something a little bit different, and that's gonna be interesting to fit in to the kind of menagerie we have going on. I might. Gosh, I have the road mare, and I have her where I can train her right now, but I might train her once he's a young adult and put her in the retirement pasture for a bit while I work on some of the achievement fulls because you want to kind of get the 100% achievements if I can. And we got pretty close on most of the stuff. I think a lot of it is just the color or gene combinations that I'm lacking for majority of it. It's so interesting how tiny they start out and over like day by day progress they actually get bigger and sometimes you don't realize it until they're quite a bit bigger for the foals. Now his mom is 14 hands, dad is 16, so when he's older he should be somewhere around the 15 mark. So I think normally the game kind of aims for between the heights of the parents. So he's not gonna be super tall. Almond's outfit? You're gonna have to give me some context. Oh, oh, okay. No, I know what you're talking about. It shouldn't be. And to be fair, With that situation, it's not the outfits, it's the horses that they use. Knowing that Star Stable's Gen 1 and Gen 2 horses are not properly maintained or kept up with, so the fact that they are constantly getting a little bit worse and a little bit worse as far as the game progressing and having new stuff added is. It's just a case of those horses are really buggy, and so it makes the races better on them. The jumping and that sort of stuff doesn't mean anything. None of those actually mean anything. Um, Star Stable basically came out and said that the only skills on their gear that mean anything are Swift. That's it. Swiftness and riding are the two skills that mean anything, and that's the only reason that they're as high as they are in the game. They just kind of gave up on a lot of the other skills. It used to be, I think, something like your horse couldn't jump as well or as high if they didn't have the high like jumping skill, and then that kind of just got retconned, and they haven't really updated that again. Why? I have no idea, like legitimately, but her racing really just comes down to having very glitchy Gen 1, Gen 2 horses in that game. I would like to see carrying in that game come back, but I don't know if they will. I think a lot of it comes down to people would be complaining because, I mean, you can buy feed and stuff with star coins, I think, still. And I guarantee a lot of people would be complaining, like, oh, well, you're wanting us to do this and that with our star coins, and because you're like making us have to buy food all the time and you're not giving us enough shillings. And I think it's a losing battle, and that's why they haven't messed with a lot of that stuff, and I don't blame them. Like, very legitimately do not blame them. Like, it'd be nice for the realism of it, but the biggest problem with it would just be it would open the door to complaints. And this is a game that this week had to sit there and say, no, we're not using AI art. None of our art is done with AI. Because people start a thing on Reddit going, hey, I saw this, I swear it's AI, and basically turned the Reddit into a. Let me try that. Is that a little bit better? Sorry about that. I turned it down because I accidentally peaked the mic. Um, but basically, I did it again. Sat down and said, "Hey, it's AI art." Basically, turning the subreddit into a snark community for no reason, and they're consistently doing this without it being a snark community. And went after the game saying you use AI art on your competition ribbons that players are actually earning and actually when you put time into, kind of like a pass or a monthly pass type thing. And they had to come out and say, no, we are not using AI. Here's our references on Pinterest, but we are not using AI. And so you have this game who's having its community who's basically coming in and being like, hey, um, we're just going to pick apart everything you do. And so, yes, but you can tell AI art versus not AI art. And what it really comes down to is just complaints. People are picking apart the game over anything and everything it can find. The Reddit is a snark community without actually being labeled a snark community. That's what it's coming down to. And it's not hurting the game per se, but it's just irritating. And so that's what they're dealing with right now for a majority of what's going on. So I don't think they're going to add in old mechanics that are going to give anybody anything to complain about. Um, yeah, that's a lot of stuff you can tell.
Good day, mates. Welcome to the Pando Pet Cafe. I'm Jasper Claw, your friendly neighborhood dragon barista. What can I get ya? Sit back, relax, and let's have a ripper of a time.
That's probably the funniest interruption I could have had. But yeah, no, you can tell AI art. You can also tell when people use references. And I feel like there'd be more of a ground to stand like, hey, you used references from Pinterest, which you omitted, and maybe it's a little closer to that um, inspiration than we would like. Like maybe you should be giving credit. It's close enough. That would be one thing. Even then, that's not anything. There's nothing there. They just happen to use references, which a lot of people do. But people went after it as AI art because somebody went, oh no, whistleblowing, it's AI art. No grounds, no proof, anything like that, and just tore apart the game. And the game actually had to respond. It's like, yeah, no, they're not going to add anything into that game that can be considered in any way, shape, or form controversial after all these years because they are getting torn apart on a daily basis on Reddit and constantly boycotted for this or that. And 95% of the time with those boycotts, it's nothing they even did. It's somebody on Reddit said something and everybody got bent out of shape because people aren't realizing people are turning the unofficial, to be fair, um, like Reddit into a snark community. There's great stuff on that Reddit, but the majority of it now is just a snark community. And I think that's kind of why they're not going to add in old mechanics back until eventually, with that game in particular, things are simmered down or get fixed. And that's not even to go into the fact that they have still bugs, like really old bugs that have not been fixed. I will give them more grief about than a lot of the stuff they are actually currently getting grief about. Because most of the stuff they're getting grief about is not even their problem. It's not their fault. It's nothing that they did. I don't know. It is what it is. It's the best I can say about that. I don't I don't think that answered your question, but that's kind of why I don't think they'll add in where your horse needs food and water throughout the day and stuff anymore. Or anything that's basically somebody can turn around and say you're trying to make us spend money when it is an online game. And with most online games, they're going to make you spend money. I want the Gen 1 2 or Gen 1 and Gen 2 horses to break and not even for racing. It's because knowing that like yes, somebody designed them from the bottom up. They were designed. But some of their assets were bought assets, which is why they're updating all the areas because there was a small studio and a small game at first. Now it's big. But some of the assets were bought assets that they put in the game to design it to make it look good. And it's not a bad thing by any means, but the fact that the person who designed those horses no longer works for the game is my understanding. Like they've left, they've worked on other projects. I kind of just want to see them retired on that alone. Like it's nostalgia, it's history, but the person who actually made those assets no longer works for the game or the project, and I kind of don't blame them for phasing them out if it was for that reason. That and yes, people just use them to race them in that game, a game in which it's multiplayer. There's multiplayer racing, and it's a pain to see them being used to cheat essentially. Yeah, that's the reason they're going through and updating all the old areas is because a lot of the assets, especially ones that were reused over and over again, were assets and stuff that they had bought to use. There's a lot of sound assets. There is a sound asset in that game that is the same one used in Lord of the Rings Online and a couple of other MMOs, and it's the original wolf sounds they had. I think now it's changed. And they had some other sound effects that you would hear that were really popular bot sound effects. And then now, with all of their horse sounds and everything, they recorded it, made those sound effects, and I've noticed that they're replacing some of the old sound effects that were bot sound effects, which I don't blame them for doing. And I think it's a long time coming for that to happen, but yeah, I don't know if that answers any of that, to be fair. But on the subject of this game, particularly that I'm playing currently, no, all the horse noises that you hear in game now are their own. They went back and pulled everything and remade everything. So when people got really fussy and upset about the hoofbeat sounds in game in Star Stable Online, they're gone. The older ones are just gone. as far as I'm aware, there are no older sounds, even on the old horses that would have had them. I think it is all of the new ones. They got rid of all of the old sound effects. There might be some in places, but for the most part, everything got redone because they wanted to make sure that it's stuff that they had and they wanted to redo it and make it a bit more modern anyways, but it's stuff that they had made. They may have made some of the old stuff, but if I remember right, the majority of it was also bought sound effects that you could hear in other games. Outside that, I don't entirely know. Yeah, they aren't gone for everything. We found in old videos, but it's not something that's currently being used if somebody were to look at it for not copyright reasons, because that's not what I want to go with, but any other reason of like, oh, well, you used media from this company or something. Because technically they haven't been using media from any place. I mean, there's official ones that any game can get sounds like there's a giant sound library anybody can get sounds from. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Um, but yeah, I think they use stuff from sound library. I don't think a majority of it is in game anymore. Most of the stuff isn't sound library stuff, as far as I know. I think there is some stuff that probably is, just because I I don't think they have necessarily like a bear sanctuary somebody somewhere nearby where they work to get like authentic bear sounds. And I don't blame them for that one. But for the horse stuff, yeah, they went through and went to different stables and we're talking about actually redoing all of the sounds in game, including like the walking on different textures, tack sounds, the actual tack sounds like when you're writing, all that sort of stuff was redone. As for this game, I don't know. Some of the sounds might be kind of done the same way as well. But yeah, for Star Stable, they went through and redid everything. They had big posts about it too. You're not fully trained. I think I have one more day of training on you, technically. Yeah, and I'll try to get those two. Further up paths can take longer. Yours is at like 16, so I need to get those up further. Nope. Why is one of you always standing in the water, even though it is freezing in the winter? Yeah, and I think just a lot of. I'm being careful with what I say. That is not how I want to start that sentence, but I'm going to be careful with what I say.
Yawns widely and stretches out on the counter. Time for a nap, mates. Can't stay awake with all this coffee brewing. Wake me when you need a cuppa. Curls up and snoozes.
Eh. Um, it's supposed to be timed, so it should be an hour between those things. I might have to go back into it and look at it. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna be a little careful what I say. I think a lot of the reason they remove stuff like the trailer, where even though it's a fast travel option, you can't use star coins for it, or the moving your stablers and star coins for it, because it was really small amounts, but those small amounts have gone up in price for different reasons, and inflation being a big one, that sort of stuff. And I think for them, they probably got tired of parents coming in and saying, my kid misclicked and meant to use shillings for this or didn't have enough shillings and used star coins on this thing, and now they're upset because they aren't saving star coins for a horse anymore, stuff like that. They probably got tired of complaints like that. And so taking away some of these like small star coin options that they really didn't need anymore and they weren't valued the same as the price of like shillings, well, I think helped them a little bit so that officially they were getting a little bit less on the complaints. Um, to say you get an allowance of 100 star coins, but if you you're a kid and you want to move your stable around a bunch in a week or whatever, and before that they didn't have a shilling options for that anyways. Now you've used up your allowance because you could only move it, what, it's 25 per move, so you've only been able to move it like 4 times. So I think they got complaints and finally got told that maybe it's a good time to change your policy on that. I think that's what happened, but I couldn't tell you fully one way or the other what the choices or decisions behind that are. Just that that's probably a factor in it. But again, I want to be a little careful of that because I don't know. I can take a guess, and officially, um, I wouldn't be surprised if there's been a lot of complaints about, hey, your price for star coins is this. I don't want to have to buy them for my kid because my kid wasted them on this thing. Like I could see that being an answer, but just not one that they're necessarily going to give. Because big company wise, if they give that as an answer, it kind of looks bad. I don't know what happened there. I don't think I have quite enough energy to do one more race for the day. The problem with them increasing the weekly allowance, and I guarantee they will never do it, because they have not done it since day one. I know people have started a rumor that they have not. And part of the reason they won't do it is they want to make money. If they raise that weekly allowance, they lose that. Like hook, line, and sinker, gone. Because people are not, they're just be like, oh well, now it only takes this long to buy a horse versus it takes 9 weeks, aka about 2.5, 3 months to get a horse in that game for free. You're not having to pay for it, even though it's premium currency. And you're not necessarily grinding for it. You're not having to do quests for it. So they would either raise the horse prices if they did that, or just make star coins even more expensive, and neither of those options are great. And so I can pretty much just about guarantee that they're going to try not to do either of those options if they can. And they're just not going to up the allowance. Yeah, that is it. And I understand. I mean, at least they aren't doing loot boxes or something that way, like a lot of MMOs are doing now, where, oh, you'll get plenty of free loot boxes. No key though. You got to go buy the key. Even if they give you free points, you still got to go buy the key. I'm gonna fix the bot while this horse trains real quick, and I'll keep talking to you while I do. But let me fix that for just a second. Because it should be every hour. Oh no, yeah, no. I can guarantee they wouldn't do loot boxes purely because not only that, um, I think because they're considered a children's game, it also would be kind of dodgy. Like full stop. I think there'd be other reasons people would come and be like, yeah, you can't do that. Okay, there we go. That should be fixed now. So, not gonna question what's happening there. But I also have an option, so if maybe we can pause the bot, so to speak. by doing exclamation point pause for the mods. Um, okay, so here's the thing about Roblox, right? Roblox works in a really stupid vacuum where they aren't able to be held as accountable as somebody like Star Stable. I don't think Roblox is COPA. Uh, like I don't think they have to worry about COPA. Full stop. Not like Star Stable does. Um, to the point where Roblox themselves is very seldom held accountable because they aren't the creators of the games themselves. They own the trademark, but people can create the game, so it'd be the person who's creating the game that have to be in charge of this, that, and the other, and they can do whatever they want. Um, and it just makes it a hellscape for rules. If SSO did it, guaranteed, because it'd be something along the lines of trying to get kids to spend more money or something. It would make it unsafe because I think it'd be gambling. I think it's depending on the state you're in the states and stuff and other stuff. The technical legal landscape for gaming is hilarious, but I think it'd be considered like gambling, and they would lose that um, ability to be registered as a children's game the way they are in like a certified safe children's game if they added that because they'd be adding gambling. But yeah, Roblox, I think the technical landscape is just that they don't own the games per se. Whoever created the games owns the games using the Roblox trademark, blah 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 blah. So they don't get held accountable. It'll be the person who owns the game that gets accountable. The courts are gonna try to figure that one out on a better scale, and I don't know enough about it, but I just know that it's never been great. However, it is a staple of MMOs to have um, like loot boxes for adults. Star Trek Online, Neverwinter Online, Lord of the Rings Online. I don't know about World of Warcraft. I'd assume they'd have something similar. Um, Overwatch had them to an extent, but most of theirs didn't require a key to be bought. Star Trek Online, Neverwinter Online, Lord of the Rings Online all require you to buy keys, and I think all of them have the added thing of, well, you don't have to pay real money to buy the keys. There is a way to get premium currency without paying real money to get the keys to open them, which is how they get away with it. And you can do it. If that's true, you can. It's just a lot of grinding. It's a lot of time to do it. SSO has no way to um, get premium currency aside from the free currency you already get outside of that. So if they added something like that, it would mess a whole lot of things up on top of just they wouldn't be able to stay compliant. Would it make the money? Absolutely. Would it make the money in a way that anybody would be happy with? No. People are already complaining that I think a couple of countries saw a major increase to how much they were paying. And then on top of that, because of mobile, if you play the game on mobile now, you also have to pay more, which is another thing people were not happy about. So it's basically like, well, if you have a laptop or anything where you can go online or you have to look it up online on your phone and not go through the Play Store, then you don't have to pay the mobile price. But if you go through the Play Store, you have to pay the mobile price. And that was the whole thing for a bit, and they are still kind of in trouble for that one. It's cheaper than paying on mobile, yeah. But apparently now paying online isn't as cheap depending on the country that you're in. And there was a time that you could circumnavigate or you could pay less if you used a VPN to pay in a different country's currency, trying to say that you were there and stuff, and they had to shut that down because people were doing that. And it did work. It did work for a solid bit. Um, yeah, it's just there is some controversy about the prices people have to pay, but again, it's you goose, you goose. Okay, yes, I'll drink water. There you go. Um, where was he going with that? Now that you destroyed my train of thought. Um, yeah, there's legitimate reasons to complain about the price of that game and the prices you pay, but it is an MMO who doesn't have. I mean, yeah, they've got monthly and I think yearly, maybe. I haven't checked in a hot second. I mean, you have monthly subscription, that sort of stuff, but you have lifetime. But you have lifetime, and that is a thing that a lot of other MMOs don't offer, and so they're able to price things a little bit differently or accordingly based on that because a lot of them only offer monthly. And yeah, sure, you still get kind of a bonus of extra items. I think the one that surprised me was GTA now has a monthly. Like you can pay a monthly for them for VIP and stuff like that. And so it Star Stable having a lifetime and that lifetime being the main thing that's bought, and they do not earn a ton of money. Yeah, it's a lot of games from the 2000s that offered lifetime, but even then, some don't. Lord of the Rings is 2007, I want to see, is when it came out. I don't think they've ever offered lifetime. No, correction, they had lifetime for a bit, and then they took it off the store, and it like very early on, and they never like offered it again. And they have VIP service. Neverwinter Online, I don't remember if they ever had a VIP. Like Lifetime, Star Trek Online did, and I don't think they have ever brought it back. Any of them, because it makes more money if you don't have a Lifetime one. Yeah, I mean, eventually, yeah, things have to go up in price, but because they're most people choose their Lifetime option for Star Stable, eventually they had to figure out something, and their something was going to a monthly service or not monthly service, upping the price of Star Coins so they didn't just only do a monthly service. Yeah, I'm amazed they do because it's kind of one of those things that there is a lot of conversations about loot boxes and kind of the iffiness of them in certain, like if you have to buy keys, it's very iffy. Warframe, another game that I've put a lot of hours into. Probably will never stream it, but I put a lot of hours into it. They have a sort of loot box system, but you are with a four-man team. You each equip a relic. You pop in, and all of you open a relic at the end, and you all get a piece of something. And then all of you can choose out of these four pieces. Like each person gets a piece that they've unlocked, and it's different rarities, but it's entirely free. There's no key. You just do a mission, and voila, you get free piece of something. And you have four people who each get a piece, so you can pick from the four items if there is an item that is better than the item you would have got. Yeah, it's a difference between like if it was something like that, I could kind of see it being fine, but anytime it's key, nope. Yeah, anything gotcha for kids is mm-mm, just no. Like there are kids who have sunk so much of their parents' money, and then the parents get do a chargeback, and then the game gets salty, and because the kid wasn't supposed to spend money in the first place, it's not a good idea. But it's also not a good idea to have your credit card connected to a game if your kid can use it. Full stop. And that's the thing. I don't know if it's all parents. I think even for convenience sake, games that are meant for kids, if there's going to be anything where you have to use a credit card, it needs to be you have to put in a password to use it when you want to go buy something because of that right there. Because if there isn't, kid may not realize, they're charging as much as they are or understand, and suddenly your card is very, very expensive. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, 7 days. Oh, I need to. Your tax set reset. That's right. Um, I think I have all of the. I do. I do have all of this up. I can also give her antlers. Don't know if I want to give her antlers to be fair. Do I have? Ooh, I don't have them in that color though. We'll do no for now. I have those in purple, but I don't have the other one in purple, hilariously enough. Oh, I don't even have the purple flower crown. If I I would go back on Wizard 101 for a day or two, but I hate the new models and they power crap the bosses so much that you need a group of 4 just to do a dungeon. Yeah, a lot of MMOs are moving politely towards making things a bit more group centered in ways that I think do work, but at
G'day
times
mates.
can be more
Come on down
irritating.
to the Pando Pet Cafe on Twitch and give old Jasper Claw a good pat. This virtual pet cafe is the perfect place to play with me. Cheers.
There is a, if you're curious at what that means, there is a panel if you scroll down, and it is for the Pando Pet Cafe, and you can indeed, I think, interact slightly with the coloration stuff, but that costs bits, so most of the interactions are the channel point stuff. Yes, I do want to go to sleep. I think I checked all of the pets. Yeah, no, that's fair, and I think um, it's kind of one of those things that there needs to be a balance between soloability and um, soloability and having like people help you, because you're not always going to have the particular friends you want, and you don't always want to be tossed into a group of, hey, do you want to do this thing? It's like not necessarily. I kind of want to do it myself.
Cracks open fortune cookie and reads your day will be full of joy and surprises. Enjoy every moment, mate. Wags tail excitedly. How bonzu is that?
You hate the bot so much. Um, but yeah, there's a few other games. One of them I'd love to get into, and I'd love to get into it with people specifically, is Albion Online. I'd love to try it again, but it has its own intricacies, and I enjoy just doing the fishing and gathering in it. But for some of the higher materials for stuff, it auto tosses you into PvP areas, and that isn't the end of the world, but it was one of those things that very quickly was like, okay, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to set up for it, and you need more people because people in a group are going to come after you. Or some of the dungeons took people, and it was kind of one of those things like I got out of that because it was like, okay, well, this isn't fun to me. That this isn't like, oh, it's just a challenge. This is legitimately not fun. Need to get an apple tree so I can finish that up. Then we have our race to complete. So yeah, I entirely understand that like when you come into a game, you're like, okay, well you used to be able to solo stuff, and then suddenly, yeah, there's actually no solo ability. Well, that doesn't particularly help. I'm amazed Jasper hasn't popped up and been like, I'm hungry. Because every so often he'll do that, and it's kind of funny. Yeah, your attack is fine for now. I do need to just unlock for the sake of it the rest of the hairstyles, and I haven't got there yet. I want to finish up saving for the indoor arena, though. No, I don't. I need to go back and check if I brush them. Give me 2 seconds. I think his pattern plus the Appaloosa will make a really, really cute Pentaloosa full. I'm actually kind of excited to see how that's going to go. Nope, I need to redo your hair as well. Oh no. Um, on the SSO ribbons. Far enough away that I need to actually do champs, but I've also been sitting down like I could do them, but it's laggy as an MMO right now, and I am just not willing to put up with it for the second until a little bit later. I think he needs a short mane. I don't think he can rock the long mane as well. Yeah, likes better. Yeah. I will pop on hopefully later and work on that and try to get some of those ribbons done. I do actually really like the design of the ribbons they came out with this time. I do think they're really nice. But I think I've gotten to like the third ribbon and just kind of stopped. No, I might have the fourth now. I'm either on the third or the fourth. I am excited to see what, because I already kind of know what the pets that are going to be the hidden pets you have to go seek around for the last week. I think is when they'll do that. But I'm kind of curious what the pets that they're actually going to charge star coins for are going to look like. I did really like the cat. That was the technically free cat. Hello, buddy. Uh, I have not, and that was me having a hiccup. I didn't see what you said, but the timing was that timing was really good. I need to do this quest though, and I am not excited for the last race in town because I have a feeling it's going to take a few tries. I will have to check it in a bit. When I'm training one of the horses, I can check it. So you're going to give me a little bit. So I'm not going to train him in the morning. I will check it in a bit, Lou. Also, you missed it earlier in the stream. I was like, oh, I wonder where Lou is. I was like, oh wait, no, Lou is an agent of chaos. They are definitely committing chaos somewhere. Which I have a feeling I was not wrong. Okay, everyone Everyone can go out now. I will fix that problem at some point. Okay, listen, you're right, but yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I was specifically saying it because we're gonna do Peak Tuesday, and you found out that you could use your buddies as food if you technically or like have to. And I was saying you're gonna find reasons to do it anyways. Let's see. Oh, Rivershine Town race is kind of. I'm gonna do it once and never want to do it again. This is how this is gonna go. What did Froggy do? Where am I? Hang on. I have done something in the wrong order here. Hello? Uh, hang on. I am confused. Okay, so then up and around. Definitely have to gallop here. Nope, nope, I need to go straight. Uh-oh. Do I want to know the specifics based on that sentence alone? And to be sure, the answer is probably no. I'm going to lose it. Oh, okay, fair enough. I know exactly who you're talking about now. So, because of that, Froggy is the first on your list to go. Okay. Who invented this? Why did they invent it? What is this torture? Ugh. It is going to be restarting it until I learn the course. This is what this is going to be. I'm trying to understand the vision here, and I'm not getting it. Like, so much of this has to be taken at like a canter or a trot. Holy moly. I didn't need a dead stop. I did. Nope. Oh gosh. If there's anything that's gonna give me nightmares, it's this race, is all I'm saying. For this intro alone. Why was this considered a good idea? There are Olympic level competitions that are not even this complicated. Definitely probably not getting first place first time on this, because you know. No, that is very difficult. My sanity is all I can say. I was 2 seconds off somehow, but my sanity. Oof. And I have to do it, or I can't do the quest, and so I gotta do it again. Until I get first. Because this is a great idea. Oh, darn it. I need to not miss jumps at all, basically. Oh my gosh. Ah. It's not even like plausible difficulty. It's just, hey, last race of the game, we're basically gonna just go ham with it. This is what it felt like. What it feels like currently. We're just gonna go ham with it and see how people do. The answer is not well. Because if I miss any jumps at this point, like I can miss maybe one. And one, considering I'm having to canter through a majority of this, is well and truly pushing it. Damn, getting this done, I'm never redoing this one again. Okay, why did we dead stop? Is a fun question today. We're... This is great. It's not even connected to my mouse. And it wants to act like I'm using the mouse to steer every so often. Not my keys. Ugh. The frustration is going to get to me at some point here, and I'm going to be like, okay, we will do this later, but... Really? That jump? This is going beautifully. I mean, to be fair, it's the same process with any horse game that has a race the first time. I pretty much have to keep redoing it at first. Get one semi-good run, have a bunch of really bad runs, and then eventually I'll get another really good run again. Well, if I trot this whole section, I can't jump scare me with a jump I can't go over. I spoke too soon. I spoke far, far. How did I nosedive? Yeah, you need a specific time. You have to have a specific time in this to come in first. And I think it's like 126. And if you don't get that, it doesn't let you finish the quest because the quest is you literally have to get first place. What is happening? There's something that feels like the controls don't quite respond right, which is such a weird feeling. And I have to go wide on this one or I won't get it. Ah, shoot. I went the long way around and took more time. And then immediately slowed down. Okay, we're gonna have to redo that one anyways, but I think it's 126, so I can pass it. It's more just going stage by stage and figuring out how each piece has to be done and going from there. So this one wants a canter, and I think it's just because the way the bridge is. That one kind of has to have a canter as well. And then that, I think if I hit the garden box, it can send me a little wonky. If you ever want to know how Froggy and I figure out how to do races, this is literally it. You just keep redoing it until you go stage by stage. Yep. And I did actually get it. So yeah, I think 126 was the time I actually had to 100% make. Now I can go talk to the lady and be like, I have finished your horrible, horrible race. How dare. I am happy I got it done though. I don't want to know how many times I restarted that. I have to go back and count. At least I can go into the tack shop real quick. I do have that saddle, but I don't have the Oh, yeah, I can try at some point to teach you how to do that one. Um, I've found out the easiest way to do it without getting sent halfway across the map at hyperspeed basically is to just kind of let yourself slide, and then you can kind of jump towards the end. But if you jump too high, it'll mess you up. Ah, you finally made it to the town square trial victory. I never doubted that you would make it this far, but it's still an emotional moment for me to see us back at our glory days. And it's all thanks to you. I only wish our old champions were still here with us. Well, I imagine they still are in spirit at least. What more can be asked for? Is there anything else I may assist you with? Nope. But we have finished all of the races in the game. I mean, I can do them now for money, but I don't need them for quests anymore. Oh no, guaranteed, she definitely doubted that you would make it this far. Oh no, I have full friendship with them. That's right. The Taylor's in town at least, so I can talk to her. Before I have to go hunt down people like, I need to talk to you to increase your friendship. I know we have it with the stylist. I think it's the farmer, her. I've been hard at work preparing outfits that capture the spirit of the season. I do hope to have them ready soon. I'm quite excited about the new collection. Um, Grab the cowboy stuff for now. Do I have full friendship with you? Nope. You're not gonna believe what just happened. I was doing my regular patrol out in the trails when I saw a wild horse. Of course, it had to be when River wasn't here to help me tame it. Usually it frees until it runs away, but this time I was oddly drawn to this horse. And all of a sudden I found myself walking towards it. We were looking at each other and I wasn't scared at all. But then I must have stepped on a branch or something because it got scared and galloped away. I don't know how I had the guts to approach it. Maybe those offerings I've been leaving for Wild Sprout's statue are really helping me. Anything else in your mind? Oh, yeah. Like, I kind of wish SSO still had its, like, in-chat moderators that were still just, like, constantly looking over the chat for that alone. Mudfever's a troublemaker, but it's easy to avoid. Keep your horse's stall clean, brush him down, and don't forget fresh bedding in the stall. Little care goes a long way. Okay, thank you. I forgot that I don't have full rep with you somehow. Then I need to go visit Aisha the farmer and Liam who's the carpenter. But yeah, no, the I mean, if it was like, oh, it's just role play in the sense of, yeah, I'm setting up a character and we're doing dialogue, it's one thing. When it's something that borderlines, I mean, it's PG-13 to start. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're role playing with somebody who's quote unquote headless. Um, but some of it gets a little too far, and she just kind of doesn't take a hint. They used to, but I think it was there's so many servers and you have to have people around the clock, and you can't have them in the headquarters they are doing that. And it's really hard to have people remotely work other places to watch it all the time. So I think that's why um kind of stopped that. Yeah. I was on my way to see you. I was so bored I finished my chores early today and I have nothing to do, so I figured out how to help our champion on the ranch. How about I feed your horses in the mornings and come by whenever I have extra hay and feed it to the horses myself? Don't worry, I'll only give them my best hay, nothing less than perfect for a champion. Nice. Yeah, it's one of those things where if it wasn't the way it was, especially in a child's game in which the chat says don't do that, I think people have tried, but it's one of those things where it takes a while to get to it, and she doesn't say anything that's particularly explicit, and that's the problem. But it needs to be dealt with at some point because it is bad. Like the fact that there are people who know about this person on that game server for what goes on is bad. Good news, my mentor came by again and I finally gave him his gift. Want to guess what I made? A garden box. I know, it's what I originally planned, but I was still unsure after a conversation. My mentor's so calm and and I was a mess. After our talk, I went on a walk to clear my head. That's when I remembered what he always said, simple is best. And he loved it. I saw him get a little misty-eyed too. He even told me I was doing a good job. Anyway, I wanted to tell you since you've been so supportive. Now I just need to tell Jay. I hope you won't be jealous that I made someone else a box. Now I'm curious if there's something going on between Jay and Liam. I mean, if you have that, that would probably be a good thing to send and be like, hey, this has been happening, and you have a policy that says no. I'm gonna kind of let that her slowly train up on its own. Get you brushed. Oh, you're doing fine. You have clever too, though. Hang on. Where is yours? Oh, yours is at 30. I need to actually train you at some point. Yours is the one I want to train right now. But I have the full. Are you still a young adult? Yes. Nope. I don't know why you randomly got stuck, but you did. Okay, let's go train you real quick. Then I can train the other horse. Speckled Mountain, I can train him. And then if I get his training mostly done for the day, I will put him and the Appaloosa in the pasture and see if we can get a full for that achievement. Let's get you in here. I'm not too worried about where his stats ends up. Yep, I will take a real quick look at the spoilers and see what you're talking about. I can see two things going really wrong immediately. I like the pumpkin pet. I do like the ears, but adding cow ears to that game without realizing that it already has a problem with people being inappropriate is actually going to generate some very big controversy. Yup, yup. The problem is there's people who won't. It is gonna be interesting. I think they're adorable though. I would like to see like other animal ears. I think that'd be cute. Hmm. It's cute. It's a cute addition. I do like it. I can definitely see it not going well. There we go. I would like to see like deer ears at winter other than the ones that they have because yeah, that style is their new style for stuff, and it looks really nice. I'd like to see that sort of stuff, or like they've done so many like Halloween costumes over the years, and yet they've never added like better headband type stuff or ears for that. I like how I'm still like, okay, well, I want it the stats as even as possible because I want to get a better price, but I just don't have. I thought about taking him and pairing him with the thoughts there, but I don't think in practice it worked. Pairing him with the uh, Cream and Dunfall that we got, um, Little Wishing Star, but I don't think it would work out as well as I'm thinking, but I could try it. But I kind of want to wait until I get the end of the quest horse. Okay, see that might not quite work out as well unless there's like worse. I think that would be like okay, well, but the player could have meant it this way is the argument you're gonna get. Okay, I need to go grab Mountain and get him training. But yeah, I am excited that they're adding like more just in the state or in the saddlebag pets because they did that I think second Western festival, so it's nice to have more of them ones that don't necessarily run along with the player. But I am excited to see what pets they're actually going to have as the Starcoin pets this year that you get from the festival because they always do that. Nope, that's right. This is the right horse. Caster, we need to work on your stance. I think I checked the tack shop today. Yes, I did. Your flexibility still needs to be worked on, so we'll do that. And while that goes, I will be like BRB because I need to really quickly BRB. Give me a second to unmute here. One of their last ones was, but I don't think it's their exact last one. I want to say there's another before that, or after that. Correction. I want to say that it might be one or two after that. There's I will BRB. I back it. Oh no. Yep. Good news. I think every time you try to catch a Pokemon, you get a little bit of cash back. There we go. Yep, I had to do that a couple of times. Um, why is your flexibility take so long? Dude, I just want to get you trained. Wait a second. I wonder if this actually trains it faster. I'm so curious. Okay. Because yeah, if you back up, you train flexibility as well. This seems like not the way to do this, but if it works, it works. I will take it. Making sure my stream didn't freeze on me, because what I was monitoring it on did freeze slightly. Okay, there we go. Sorry if it did. Ooh, you got the Poodle Pokemon. I don't remember which version that one is. It's definitely one of the hairdos for it in one of the colors. It might be the pink coloration. No, it wouldn't be the pink. It'd be one of the other ones. Ooh, okay, yep. So I can't remember what coloration it counts that one is because I think it's. I can't remember if it changes the element too. But those are really cool, especially because you can get so many different varieties of them. And one of my favorites is the. Oh, had a little bit of a problem with some stuff here. Um, which one? It's the Pharaoh one, but I forgot what the name of it's called. But it looks like it's wearing like kind of the old style Pharaoh mask. I don't think I'm training flexibility any faster doing this. I mean, let's say, like feel like I'm doing more than just being in the round pen, but we are going to give you food tomorrow because if I keep doing this, I'm going to fully start questioning things. I will put you in the pasture night and try for a full, but don't know how it's going to work. I do need to go get some sand, and I know who I can do that with. Nope. I'm not sure we exited that one. I want to say the sun hat might be yellow, but it could be green. I can probably tell you really quick, actually. It's yellow. That's what it is. It's like a really pale yellow. Yes, I did just Google it to check. I can't remember if that does correspond with its the type it is, or if it's more just cosmetic. Because if it's yellow, it'd be electric. I still need to find the chest in this location. I have no idea where it'd be. There is one I have not found. And it is currently very well hidden. Oh yeah, then it's normal. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't change typing. It just changes how it looks, which I still think is cool. I think it's more because it's a poodle and it came out with the Pokemon. I think that was based kind of on France, if I remember right. So they did a poodle that had like different trims and different colors, depending on the variety of it you got. Or you could change the trim too, even. I don't remember all the facts on that one, to be fair. I know somewhere. This chest is definitely hiding, but I have no idea where. And I need it for one of the achievements. And I don't want to have to go look up the guide. I do want to actually try to find it. And I did find one in one area that kind of disproved my theory of that maybe it was a problem with not having something unlocked yet. My hope is it's not something where I need to grid search the water because it's technically underwater and just very hard to see. So I feel like that would be just a little bit a little not nice. I would have choice words. Because normally they sparkle, but there are a few that don't sparkle as much or not as easy to see. That's kind of what I'm hoping hasn't happened. One I found in another area, it was under the waterfall that I randomly checked. Then we got a cryptic thing from Jay being like, oh, if you won't find the chests in areas, you need to. One of them needs to wait until, like, it's frozen, and so far now the water has frozen, so I don't think that's an actual thing. At least as far as I know, the water doesn't freeze in the winter in game. I mean, this one, because it's ocean water, but I don't know of any other areas that would also freeze, or the one that would have in my mind. I have all the chests there. At least I'm getting sand that I need. And we found one that was near here, so I wouldn't think there'd be two near here. Not saying it couldn't happen, but I don't think they would put two of them too close together. And normally they're kind of places that, yeah, they're a little bit off of the beaten path, but they're not so far that it's not somewhere you'd never look. This is probably going to be the very last one I find. Like, I can eventually find them, but I think this will end up being the last one I find. I'm trying to remember if I go through this water very often. Again, I wouldn't necessarily think it'd be out in the middle of the water, but I'm not going to say it couldn't be. I am having a bit fun with the fish, though. You have no idea where this hidden chest is for this area. I've looked quite a few times now, and I have just missed it perfectly, like every single time. So I keep thinking, oh, it could be along the wall somewhere. And so far that hasn't been the case. Because what we're still at, yeah, 5 of 6. Then I've gotten some from other areas. And I have all of them for Crystal Lake. I have 6 of 6 for Crystal Lake. Because one of them was technically behind a waterfall. It's kind of a no place that you don't necessarily see it until you're close enough. Plus, I think maybe the rocks, because it was winter, got recolored slightly or something, so then you could actually see it a lot better. And this area doesn't get covered with snow, so sad news is I can't just use the snow like, oh hey, this thing looks very different. It's a whole different color. That's where it is. The sad news is I'm gonna feel really, like really foolish when I find this eventually. It's gonna be somewhere very not obvious, but just like, oh okay, this makes sense. Like it's gonna be a logical place. It just doesn't seem like it now. Normally they're kind of hidden around landmarks and stuff. At least need to go back to the ranch, get all the horses settled in, do what I was gonna do, and get the Appaloosa and the Tobiano paired, so we can hopefully get that achievement. And then tomorrow I should get in game. I should get a thing from Madeline being like, "Hey, this thing is happening, and you've got all of the races done. We'll see how that goes." Yep, let's get you in. Get you brushed.
Yawns dramatically, curling up in a cozy ball. Looks like it's nap time for this little dragon. ZZZZZZ. Snores softly.
Well, I guess I'm putting the horses to bed, so the dragon decided to put itself to bed. That's one way for that to work, I guess. Send all to stable. Lou! Ooh. Apparently he's sleeping through it. And gets on a queue, technically, so whenever he gets back up, it'll work. Hopefully. No, he didn't wake up. Blue, what did you do? Oh, there he goes. It's on a delay, that's all it is, okay.
Puffs out chest proudly. Crikey, I've leveled up. That's a fair income ripper of a job well done, mates. Time to whip up some more Bonza brews at the El Pando Pet Cafe.
Blue, you've been thwarted.
Clears throat in my gravelly dragon voice. Crikey, mate. Looks like me fortune cookie says a new adventure awaits, one full of wonder and delight. Struth, sounds like a ripper of a day.
Okay. I should have some produce eventually. Being ready to harvest. We also have wild horses in a second. Nope. Since you made our town shine brighter than ever, I thought it'd be perfect time to build the last Rivershine statue. I never got to honor the last champion with a statue of her own, but I'd love to do so now. Okay, so we need to go do that because I think that's what we need to do. I could not tell you what that word means in any confidence, to be fair. That might have to be a Google. But we did level up the dragon. Jasper is now level 4. Which in theory should be a little bit more readable for you, because the thing that I get to see him on, I have to like almost squint to read. I'm gonna have to adjust that because I can actually change the the color of the font of TB. I mean, I think I can let you guys out in the snow, but I'm also cautious. I'm just waiting for Lou to do rock, paper, scissors again and try to make poor Jasper cry. There we go. Oh, you already fed. Why am I trying to refeed you? Sorry, buddy. I'll take a look at the poll in a second and see what happens. Hey, I did. Oh. Oh dear. You did apparently manage to beat him. Lou! I'm gonna permanently have to censor so many words specifically because of Lou. You're cared for. Oh, that's right, because you guys were not in here. That makes more sense. There you are. You have. Yep, okay, 5 days. That does sound about right. So you two are going to be 2 days apart, which is going to be not super convenient for me. I didn't think about that one. Now you go talk to Madeline and see what this is going to be like. Because this should be technically. When my voice doesn't leave. The end of the quest line is going to feel a little weird. Like, there's still so much to do, but it does feel weird getting to the end of the quest line. Also, I should say, I'm not actually meaning to, like, I need to censor Lou. It's more, I have, for this game in Assassin's Creed, I have the chat show up on the screen. And so certain words, because I re-upload stuff, I probably should go back in and censor it so that I don't have to flag it on YouTube as, hey, by the way, maybe this is needs to be a different rating because words were said. Yep, I'll get that and that. I'm not gonna need the rest of it for now. Are there any people? No, they're not any people in town. Okay, so I can go straight to Madeline for now. I am so curious how this is gonna work out. I wonder if we get teleported back to the ranch after talking to her. This is gonna be very, very interesting. Quest, it's been our tradition in Rivershine we used to build a statue after each champion's best horse. But the last champion left us so fast that after everything that occurred, we never built a statue in her honor. The construction for it had begun on your ranch, but we never finished it. Until now. I've been working with Liam to finish the statue. It took him quite a bit of time, as he had never undertaken such a project, but the final result is quite stunning. It does truly honor her best horse, Spirit Traveler. Oh, I still miss that horse. He had the most unique coat. Such an intricate pattern. I haven't seen a horse like him since then. Well, at least we'll now have his statue to remember him by. Why don't you go take a look at it and tell me what you think? Okay, so we go back to the ranch. This is his last champion's horse. Ranch. Stable. I'm curious what's going to happen. I mean, I kind of know, but at the same time, I've never seen it, like, fully. Ooh. He's galloping on it. Nice. You feel a chill in the air. Out of the corner of your eye, a horse that seems oddly familiar appears to you. Holy moly. Talk about a combo. Hello? Where did you put him? Oh no, he's in the stable. Hang on. We just randomly got a new friend, which I mean I knew was gonna happen, but I wasn't expecting the color. It was like, here, have this. You are a blue brindle.
Curls up on the counter with a sniffle or, mate, I reckon I'm a bit peckish and could use a good scratch behind the ears. How's about a cup of joe to cheer me up?
Oh no. Yeah, it's the combination where they have a pinto pattern with a brindle. I think a lot of people sometimes get just straight brindle. Ooh. Ooh.
Sips drink happily, nice and refreshing. BRRRRRRRRRRP. Excuse me, mate. That really hit the spot. It did.
You gotta love text to speech and the problems it has with pronouncing stuff. Oh gosh, what sort of set are we gonna give you? Blue, I think you're gonna be happy because I think purple is gonna work quite well. Oh, I don't have the black one. I'm gonna have that. I'll use the Burke one for now until I can get another. Maybe not the purple. Keep that for now. I want to do the blue, but I don't have the bridle. I do have the 1-ear bridle though. And maybe the blue doesn't work as well. I could do that. I'll eventually have to get the other western pad. But yeah, he should be... We can't rename him. Oh, you technically could, I guess. He's our first fully trained horse. Affectionate, gives more skills to foals, and gains more statue points. But yeah, we can't ever sell him, which is actually really convenient. He's so freaking cute. I don't remember. I think Sephira might be watching. I'll have to talk to them. I don't remember what color they got when they got the Spirit Traveler because it's entirely randomized. Um, so yeah, this is an entirely randomized pattern. I think it still counts as him having Brindle. So I can still do the Cream and Brindle if I wanted to see that pattern. But I want to take him to go see Madeline and see if she says anything, considering I am riding the last champion's horse who just randomly showed up. Wait, you mean to tell me Spirit Traveler came back to you? How amazing! I could never have imagined this, even in my wildest dreams. You truly brought the spirit of Rivershine back to us. My ancestors would be so proud of us. Well, now that he's here, we'll have to keep him in Rivershine. I couldn't imagine putting him up for sale in the auction house. You'll have to keep him on the ranch or in the retirement pasture if you don't mind. I'm sure he'll bring forth a new generation of stunning champions for Rivershine. Yeah, I was like, yeah, no, there's no way you could sell them because it's um, such a rare thing. This is the only way that you can get the Brindle pattern. So it means, yeah, he's going to be the quickest horse I have because he's 100% maxed out in everything. Oh yeah, I went in here today. Rain is not raining, it's okay. They did not have the saddle I needed. Just gonna have to wait until it comes back around. I'll just play around with the colors a bit. Purple might be fine. I'll just play around with it. Yeah, it means I can definitely do competitions on him for money. Because he has everything mixed up, but I still need to finish training some of the horses. But yeah, that is all of the story quest done now. Now it's a lot of looking for chests and stuff. And trying to complete the rest of the achievements. To be fair, I thought I'd finish Tales of the Shire before I finished Rivershine. This is not how this has actually worked out in the end. Oh, there you are. Yep. I'm doing a lot of thinking these past days. My body doesn't always give me what I want, and I used to be frustrated by it. But I've learned that I can't force things, not with flowers, not with people, and certainly not with myself. I found that the more I accept the pace my body needs, the better my work becomes. It's not about how fast I can create, but how much love and care I put into what I do. Thank you for being patient with me. I think we're both learning that some things take time. But it's worth it, isn't it? Oop. I think I tried to walk into her for a second, and that didn't work too well. Okay, let's go back into town because I need to talk to the vet to continue working on reputation. I need to talk to Jay as well. But yeah, we finally have Spirit Traveler. How tall is he? I think he's like, yeah, he is the tallest horse in game. Is like, I think in my stable currently, he's at the tallest height that you can have in game, which is perfect for me because I enjoy the tall horses more. Um, so it feels a little bit more realistic for doing a lot of jumping, even though they're on the short end of the size for jumping still. At least at the expert level of the game is like, ah, yes. Why am I going there? I need to talk to the vet. Chat, I've been thinking a lot about the discussion we had. I'm starting to understand why I've been struggling with finding hobbies that feel right to me. It's not about doing things that are productive or useful in a professional sense. I spent so long in that mindset where every second had to be devoted to work. But I'm realizing that I need to do things just for me, without any expectation of it helping anyone else. I can't keep measuring myself by the impact I have on others. It's okay for me to be selfish sometimes, to enjoy something because it brings me peace, not because it's helpful. I guess in a way I'm starting over, not just with my career, but with my life. Gosh, listen to me getting carried away again. Okay, yep. I think we need to talk to Aisha and Liam, but I also want to go check in on um, Orion, see what hairstyles he has. Because I need to just start buying the hairstyles so I have them all, so I can kind of mess around with them. Because I don't particularly like this main style. There's one I think that looked nicer. I just don't happen to have it. I don't think the bubble ones will look good, but I mean, you never know. And then now we need to go talk to Aisha. So Meadow, Aisha, yep. We'll talk to Liam last. After that, it's just a thing of saving up money for the upgrades. Which the watermelon are going to help once they finish growing. Chat, have you seen the arena on the other side of the meadow? It looks like such a dreamy spot to train your horses. Yep. I know, I already finished the thing with her. That's right. It's Liam that's, I think, the other one. That I was really close with, but not all the way. Then Jay, which I have forgotten about again. One of these days I won't, but apparently it is not today. Forest, Liam, so yep. But I do think I know what I am going to do, and it is going to come out with a very interesting combination, is the best thing we can say. I think I'm going to pair Spirit Traveler with Wishing Star and see what happens. Chat, with the luxury of stable upgrade, you'll be able to keep 12 horses in your stable. I'm not sure how you can take care of all of them, but if you want, I'll build it. I think I've already had you build it. Yeah. The indoor arena and your retirement pasture are the last things I have to have him build. You go townhomes, yep. I need to go find Jay, talk to Jay, and then I will mess around a little bit with the hairstyles and see what works. If you're planning on going for a long ride, don't forget to bring treats to give your horse along the way. And hey, if you're feeling generous, maybe throw in a treat or two for me. I'm partial to apples if you happen to have any. That's kind of funny. But we didn't finish getting a last little friendship with him just yet. And I need to figure out what I want to do for you, sir. I might do the triangle braids, I think. Maybe. As much as I think the diamond braid pattern looks really pretty on the tail, it doesn't look as good on the mane. For him, at least. I haven't given you a blanket either. The bubble just kind of glitches out, which is kind of funny. Do long. In combination with attack, it's not bad. Let's see. Let's do the purple attack again. It's so light, I think, is part of it. I could try the... Yeah, I could definitely do the broke attack. I could give the little unicorn horn. Oh, that's it uses the blue. Or the... has the black with it. But I don't have the breast color, that's why. Okay. Use a fancy little uniform for now. Oh, hi. I could train you. I still want to wait just a bit. Type other horses I do need to train. Still. Not gonna worry about you for now. Until you have the full, because then I don't feel as bad about it. So maybe I can train Wishing Star just a little bit more, because I think all the horses I would train. Otherwise, the one I forgot to feed the food I needed to feed them aren't in a situation where I'm too worried about their training being an immediate need, especially now because I do have all the races done. It would just be for having foals that can do all the races like really early on and have maxed out stats. I'll do that. Get one. Good run in. See about getting the endurance up just a bit. Yeah, the difference between 50% stats done on a full, and now we have our first horse that it's entirely 100% stats, is really interesting. But also means that Wishing Star has everything like 75-ish. I'm going to try to get everything 75 with their stats. And so it'll be between, give or take, 75 and 100 between her and Spirit Traveler if they had foals. With a little bit, it could be a little bit lower than what hers start at, so but should kind of be closer to in between. I'm just curious because she has the Cream Gene, he has the Brindle, but he's the Brindle with the combination that I cannot for life of me pronounce. Um, and it may pass down in that format instead of just Brindle. So I'd be really curious to see how that would look. Also have to take a look at the everything else on what his color reads out as because I'm curious if I don't think there's any done there at all. I don't think it's a combo. Um, the Wishing Star's base like undercolor is bay, and his should be black. So full wise, there's a little bit of wiggle room there for different colors, along with if the full gets cream plus pattern, which I'm not sure if they would, or just pattern plus color will be interesting. Just let him go for a little bit on the hitting his jump up further. Then I'll be able to train Wishing Star just a bit. Plus, with her being a unique color, the other thing I guess I can consider is she's got done as a trait, so that could easily get passed on, or Cream could, instead of as a combo with the pattern. I'm assuming to an extent. So that's kind of up in the air of how that would turn out. There's a lot of variables. Where did he go? Oh, there you are, sir. What is... So, modifier Brindle, the pattern is separate. Okay. And your color is black. Okay, yep. No dapples, no melee. And your hair is the base color, doesn't have silver or flaxen. Yep. Okay, so the pattern could get transferred without the Brindle. That's gonna be interesting. Let's go see about getting you some training. Then next day in game, I can kind of go around to some of the areas I don't have chests in already, and do that for a second before I get like really hardcore into the races to try to save up money. We'll shorten the lead. I do, but I don't know, to be fair. It's one of those things, if you want to do it, go for it, but I wouldn't do it on mine, per se. I have made a thing before, but I blocked out. The name is to ask people's opinion if they thought stuff like that was okay, and the consensus was no. Like the really awkward RP was not something a lot of people were chill with in like a public global forum. While that's going on, I am going to be your B again though. Give me a second. I bet. Yeah, that's something you have to bug Froggy about on that one. If you have anything with a global form like that, that particular person does say some stuff, and but I think at that point you just kind of have to do what you feel is the right choice on like telling people, or I would say, I mean, seriously, just start with telling the game and telling them like, hey, you've got a player that's doing this. Is my best suggestion on that. But now that we have Spirit Traveler, I definitely want to try and get her skills to 75 if I can, in as short as time I can, so I can do more with Spirit Traveler. But now I can actually go find the chests in game. I just know I can't really start with the coaster because I've already looked. That's been a problem. It has been a true pain. Also, at any point I need to turn up the game audio, just tell me. I don't want either of the first person views, no thank you. I forgot to check how tall she is, but I think she's actually fairly tall. I think Wishing Star is fairly tall. Yeah, that's all you can do in those situations with players who are not outwardly like full on breaking games TOS as like far as some of the stuff, but getting really close to a point where it's very uncomfortable for other players. I think you just have to kind of tell the game. I should also be able to get some more potential points looking for chests for her if I'm careful. Hi, Cece. What you doing? Nope. She's gonna go find a place to snooze again. That or she hears that it's raining outside and is gonna go try to go look in the window. See if she can see it raining. You can go see if it's raining because you hear the rain. Is that your plan, Miss Cece? I think even the raining weather is making poor Miss Kitty Cece tired. Well, that was a big yawn. She might come and say hi, I don't know. What Cece wants to do is quite the mystery until she does it. Yeah, so I have all the chests in the coast area, or not coast, lakes area. I think I have the majority, if not all, in the meadow. I'd have to check again. I don't think I've for sure all of them. I don't think I found all the ones in the forest yet. I think there's one that's still missing as well. And in the mountain, I fully have to find like 2 or 3 more. But it is another achievement, so if we want 100% everything, we're going to have to get that achievement. It's going to be a pain. Like I said, I don't want to look up a guide. I want to try to do it without doing so. But one area is getting very close to being okay. Yeah, we're just going to have to use the guide on it. Well, speed is going up. I don't think endurance has. The only reason I use the round pin as much is because it's a bit more controlled. So I can fully control the stats going up or down. Makes it boring, but at least everything is a little bit more even. I have a couple horses you can tell that got trained by riding around, and their stats are kind of all over the place now. Cece, did you get it true? Who did? Hello. Oh, do you have anything to say? Would you like to say anything? Would you like to say hello? You look unimpressed. You just look unimpressed. Cece, would you like to say hello? Hello? You look grumpy, tired, and unimpressed. It's the best I can give you, Cece. Can you come up here and say hello? Do you want up here and say hello? Not particularly. We don't get Kitty second host to gaming today. Oh no, we do. Hello. You don't rub the mic, please. You don't want to cause people ear problems. There. There, now you can say hello. You can say hello. For a second. Yep, Cece, you want to say hello? Here. There you go. She is quite the goose who constantly wants cuddles when on her own time. As soon as it's not her own time, you can forget it. Oh, careful, Cece. I gotta move the mic so we're not bumping it. You got Fluff. You got Fluff flying off. Are you still upset that we trimmed your claws? We had to trim her claws a couple days ago, and that's a fight. Well, not a fight, but we just kind of burrito her in a towel and get it done as quick as possible, and then she gets a treat. But every time it's multiple glares for a while after. Did you have a good day? Did you have a good day? We've been snoozing for a lot of today. I think it's just because the weather's gotten colder, it's rainy, it's not as hot, it's not sunny. So no, yep, no kitty solar power. Because there's no sun that you could soak up through the window. Like tickling her chin, and she's so happy. I'm so happy. I may have to put you off or put you down off my desk. I'm gonna go to actually ride around though. Because we've tried it before and it's very hard to do things around you. I'm sorry. Instead of a little cuddle time though. I have heard you've been having zoomies though. Really early in the morning and disturbing other people in the house. Who, me? I would never. Yep. Yep, you. Niece, I give you chin scratches. So happy with the chin scratches. We're getting to 75 on everything. Just taking a bit. Yeah, what, 7 points or 5 points left? Okay, yeah, not bad. No, you're not gonna attack the mouse. I need my mouse in one piece. No, no attacking the mouse. You don't attack the computer mouse. That's not very nice. She will, if I give her the chance. Scoot your tail around. There you go. Are you gonna go back to sleep? I hate to tell you, probably not. No, you're not necessarily gonna be able to go back to sleep. I wish. It'd be awesome. But I have to use the keyboard in a bit. And it doesn't work. Endurance is at 73, speed is at 74. We're still doing good. Please don't decide to call me. Please don't make my phone do stuff. And don't put your tail on my phone, please. CC. No. I already know it's a losing battle. I'm still telling her no, though. Your tail doesn't need to be on my phone. Not when I'm using it to monitor the stream. I don't want to find out you somehow managed to ban someone. Or something worse. Oh, you're getting out of my face now. Thank you. I think I'm gonna get the point to speed before I get it to endurance at this point. But we're so close to having all of her skills at 75. I just don't think she has quite the energy to get it all the way done. There's a way I can do it later, though, thankfully. Okay, Cece. I need. Ooh. Ow. I don't quite need you to know you're not gonna cling to me. You need to get off my desk. Dang, cool. Just like I am going to hold on for dear life. You are not getting rid of me this way. Not my intention, but I do need to do stuff. I'm gonna go in the forest area. Because there is a place I can kind of train the endurance just a tiny smidge faster. That would be the area. Plus, I can figure out how many chests I'm missing and kind of get a head start on looking for them. I think I need just the one still. In theory. Yep. Actually, to make this go easier, I'll do the 80% one. That'll probably give me the point for endurance really quickly now. Oh, till I mess up trying to go over a jump. Trying to think of where. I haven't looked because there's nothing here that can freeze to technically let me get anywhere else, and I can't get behind the waterfall to look. Ooh. Trying to think of where the chest in theory could be, because I mean I found the first three. This is a second set. I mean, I think I looked around the buildings. There was one here, but it was the second set that had that. And I don't think they have anything to do with if you haven't built the tracks, then you can't see them or anything that way, because that'd be a bit awkward. It would be good to build the tracks at some point anyways, just to do it. There you go, you have a couple points of endurance. Let the roast go to speed for a bit. I don't think they would put a chest up here somewhere. I feel like that would have been the first set, not the second. In theory, they should be easier to find. Unless it's kind of back here somewhere? I mean, I haven't checked this area a ton, so that could be. Downside is I didn't realize how looking for sparkles would be a really bad idea in the snow. Because that's what it would be. Especially when they're about the same color as the snow. Is there any way it could be up here? There's some groves and trees and stuff that makes sense.
Yawns widely, stretching out my wings. Oops, sorry mates. Looks like it's nap time for this scaly breester. Curls up and drifts off to sleep.
But I feel that is going to summon Lou, who's going to try to do something to make sure they can't. Lou, Lou, your chat shows up on my screen. You're good. I might have to. Well, I don't want to turn off because then people lose context of what's being asked and what I'm answering. Um, it's probably fine. I just may have to go back in when I upload it and edit a tiny bit. You're good. Yeah, what is in my eye? I'm assuming eyelash. Nope, not eyelash. Oh boy. Well, all these times, Lou, he's gonna win. I'm trying to think of anywhere I would have seen. Goodness. Would have seen the chest. Oh, well, let me. Yeah, there's no pull this time. Oh, that's funny. Give it a second. It might take the poll a second to pop up on that. Oh no. Accidentally. There you go. Didn't mean to pause chat, but yeah. Give it a second. It might just take it a second to pop up. Okay, these chests are somewhere. I just had a not fun time trying to find them. I think it's one of the glowing spots. Yep. The problem is I think it's just hidden between trees at this point. Which means it's a little hard to find, but it's definitely somewhere. Oh. Oh, there you go. I wonder why. I think all those things have small if of breaking, but hopefully you got your points back at least. Because yeah, now you have the pull. Oh, that's good. Okay. Oh, interesting. So I guess if you tie, it doesn't really do anything. No, you're good. I know that wasn't aimed at me. Any chest around here by chance? I mean, if there was, I feel like I would have picked it up. I think go with the meadow super quick and see if I'm also missing one there. The trail entrance. Am I missing one here? I am. Darn. I need to think I may need to build something or they're just very well hidden. Okay, let's go back to the ranch for now. You have everyone inside. So you have 2 days before. Yep, you're full top. Okay. Good to know. Get everyone inside. Oh, you're ready to come inside. Okay. Hi. I was not expecting to look over there and see horse like, yes, please. Bring us back inside. I mean, technically this has evened itself out slightly, but that one is still supposed to be on this side. I need to do more of the races with you. You've never actually done any of the races, either of you. Huh. And unless when I move you around, it doesn't keep your ribbons for some reason, which would be really weird. Let me go over to check the garden. That's right, nothing is ready just yet. Possibly the watermelon will be ready now. Carpenter's in town, Stylist is in town. Carrots are ready to harvest, but not the watermelon yet. Wild horses in Lupine Meadow. Okay, good to know. Let me grab the carrots. I do need them. the overabundance of carrots that I now have. I thought there was something else that grew any time of the year, but I think carrots are the main one. I think the reason I didn't plant any more of the watermelon because I didn't have enough of the fertilizer to get the bigger amount slash the shield fertilizer. 4 days. Oh boy. Okay, so they take a bit. Nope. Also, oh, I need to buy more orchard grass today. Which thankfully is not the worst thing, but is definitely a pain. And I don't have enough feed again. I get more stuff. Oh yeah, need an apple tree as well. I forgot about that. Oh wait, we got a shopping list. Okay. And you're going to be a young adult. Yep, soon. There you go. Yeah, we are going to need to make a run. You train your flexibility anyways. So we get that one and then give you that. That works out for you, but it does not work out for everybody else. Are we on sand? Sand is good. Can use that. I do have enough of the other feeds to work. I just need to make sure I get more orchard grass and oats, because I'm actually running out low on oats as well. It's not too often I tend to run low on particular things, but in this case I definitely am. See, that worked out fine. Still think I've overfed you slightly. Put sand down. Again, I'm gonna have to go get more of Bree soon. Oh boy. Okay, but I definitely going to need more now that I've got more horses. Yeah, 77 for endurance, 75 for speed, 75 for everything else. So far, so good. The reason her mane and tail are still short, just because she hasn't gone past the young adult stage, so. At least now I've got an ability to make a lot more fertilizer when I need to. And you have the possible combo full, but again, it's 33% chance. I'm definitely going to keep her, but I'm wondering if I want to. No, I want to actually level her because I was going to say I could use her potential trainer, put her in their time at pasture for a bit, but kind of counterproductive to what I do want to do. Send all to pasture. Look up Spirit Traveler for now, so with that, younger horse can get points with Clever. Take you into town. And what I should do is put the. I bet I have enough to make it too. That's what's kind of throwing me off. I don't have any made, but I can make it. Hair dye, yep. And that one. I can go get more eventually. Means gives me a chance to go looking around the meadow. That makes a little bit more sense with this patterning. And helps out a little bit. Just need to go into town, grab the oats, the orchard grass, and then I can go into the meadow. Grab some more flowers and take a look around for that chest, but I don't. I have no idea if I'm going to be getting close to finding it. There we go. We got the western saddle, we got that saddle pad. We get a bow. Lots of orange and pink stuff today. Nothing I'm currently 100% looking for, but I do need to go in here. Hello, sir. I need. This is a bit of a bug. I need a weird camera angle by like 50 of that and probably like 50 of that. That is a bill. Unless there's wild horses somewhere, I think in the meadow. Wait, yeah, there's wild horses in the meadow, okay. That actually works as well. So I catch one and take him to the auction house and gain back a little bit of the money I've spent. So I don't think we'll find any really like rare fancy colors, to be fair. That I don't think they can spawn in for some of the more rare ones. Are they on this side or nope, they're up there. They're up where I kinda need to go anyways. Don't think there's sometimes there's some flowers around. I think most they're in the patches now, not just kind of randomly growing. I think is how they've shifted it a bit. Oh nope, there was one there. Yep, that's correct. They were here. There's a patch. It's really hard to see though. Good remembering fruits out, but very, very hard to see. Now there's a chest in the field there. I do wish they kind of kept the chest where you found it in a way. That way, once you found it, you're like, oh, hey, I've already done this. I know exactly where it was. So I'm not gonna. That was weird. Look at an area I've already been. We just went flying for a second, and I'm not gonna question that. Okay, I see one horse with a splash pattern. I say, are there any horses with a pattern? There's one. It's like, oh, this horse is. It's like, oh yeah, the horses can have advanced skills. I'm using the wrong horse to be like, I don't think these skills are very high. This horse has full skills. Um, maybe not the greatest test. In you go for now. I have scooted. There we go. Just a bit too much there. Yes, this splash. By Sakura. Base splash, yep. Intermediate, intermediate, advanced, beginner. And, yep. Okay, let's see. I have to get the whole herd. See if anybody has a lot of advanced skills, or like at least two. I don't think we'll get anybody with like a full set of advanced skills. Oh, hi, buddy. I'll help you out. Oop. I think I somehow kind of chased them into the wall by bumping into them. Kind of surprised. Look at you settled in. Let's see. There we go. Okay, I'm trying to think of anywhere landmark wise I haven't been that a chest would spawn. Off you go. There you go. You're getting there, buddy. I don't know if I saw any horses that had splash. There might have been one because I did see outside of a leg marking that was particularly long. So they could. Yeah, you have a chance of having splash. Really minimal, but definitely a chance. Well, neither of us made over that jump, so I feel a little less bad. Let's see. I might check out these horses without getting the whole herd. He didn't go in. Nope, shoot, in you go. There you go. I parked a little too soon. Okay, hello. Feisty Riddle. Light Chestnut. Oh, 3 beginner, 1 intermediate. Definitely not what I'm looking for. Swift Riddle. Okay, we have 2 riddles today. Beginner, beginner, intermediate, intermediate. Yep, not quite what we're looking for either. Stealthy Lion. Also, they didn't have Splash. 3 intermediate, 1 beginner. I'm just gonna take the mare who did have the advanced and the 2 intermediate and go with that. Okay, buddy, let's go back to town. Oh, I don't know why it does that sometimes. I need to reopen the map real quick. A bit of an interesting problem that's been a bit consistent. There we go. Take you here. Rover Park. And then go in here. To be via Sakura? Yep. Huh. She ended up having clever and the cultural writing. That's interesting. Your only advanced skill was jump, though. Not bad, not great. I think Madeline has one more upgrade thing for me that I've never bought. I don't think it's worth it either. Is the thing. But a curiosity. Yeah, it's up to 40 versus. I don't need that. Not now, anyways. Is the stylist in town? Yeah. Okay. So we still gotta go visit the tailor. And the doggos are heading to bed for the night. Okay, talk to the tailor, see what she's got for today. Chat with her again anyways, because I should be getting closer with the friendship thing. Mark you, buddy. There you go. Hello. So his slight match your outfit with your horse's attack, don't you think? There's a sense of unity when both you and your steed are in harmony, like a well-coordinated pair. Perhaps I have something just for you today. You'll look like a true team together. Well, you always do, of course. Let me see what you do have. I do wish there was more stuff that fit the vibe of the kind of medieval style attack that they do give you. But so far, we don't really have anything. Going to town because I do need to talk to the carpenter. Ooh, you got the strudel. Nope, we got some oats and chamomile. The one horse that does not need potential. No. This is the worst option. Put you here for now. We'll be fine. Chat. Welcome to Rivershine Carpentry Shop. How can I help you? Okay. Oh, I was thinking of doing you a favor and clean out the stalls for you on your ranch. I'm already inhaling sawdust, so it's no trouble. It won't be every day since I'm pretty busy with the shop, but I promise to come by as often as I can. Your stalls will be spotless in no time. Nice. I think it starts out with the same conversation you've already had. Shop. Oh, you don't really have anything I don't already have today. You do have a couple things, though. And I need to find Jay to talk to him. I did it. I finally did it. Hang on a second. I need to catch my breath. I met a wild horse again, and it let me pet its mane. I've never felt this kind of connection before. It was like something clicked inside me. I didn't want to tame it, though. It felt right just letting it be. Is this what it's like to be around horses, huh? I can see why you're so dedicated. You know, I've been thinking, now that I'm starting to feel more comfortable with horses, I think I want to help you out on your ranch. Maybe not every day, it's still a work in progress, but when I'm feeling brave, I can come over and help clean the horses' stalls. I'm sure there'll be more time to focus on everything else. If you ever need help with anything horse related, I'm your guy. Well, as long as there's no cake involved. Interesting. Okay. So far chores only being taken on. I will go back to the ranch for a second. So I think I can go to the mountain area and take a peek at what's there. The name is kind of cool. It's another one that I don't, off the top of my head, know what it looks like. Give you a real quick brush. I don't think it's eyelashes. I think I have CC hair. You know what? That is entirely fair. There are a few that really don't have a way of explaining. Oh, I need to go to an apple tree. Don't think I need to train any of you right now. I take you back out and go look at the meadow again as well. I take you out, so you go at the apple tree. But now I can make a bit more animal feed until I have to go buy like a stack of 50 again of stuff. Yeah, Aisha's house. This is the last fruit tree I actually need to buy. And I have the full orchard planted, so that's kind of interesting. There we go. Oh, I already chatted with you. That was the wrong button. Apple tree? Yep. Perfect. I'll have tons of apples when that season comes. And then we can look around the meadow a bit and see where I think this thing got put. So, I mean, if I found them in the Crystal Lake area, they're clearly able to be found. It's just kind of CC, don't claw my chair. Particular in where they can be found. They're hidden well. They're hidden really well. I feel like I've checked the edges of a lot of areas. So it's probably like in the middle of something somewhere. CC, stop clawing the chair, please. You're being a gremlin. For the second. I originally had a blanket on the chair to stop her from clawing it, and it has not worked well. I think I found one near the little animal pen area that she has here. So it could be around there somewhere. I'm not going to do that because if I get potential from it, it's going to the wrong horse. I can't train you. You're fully trained. I know I found one in the gazebo. There's one in the maze that I've already found. I don't think there's any behind here. There might have been. I don't think there is now. If there was, I think I would have found it. But I haven't tried getting behind the animal pens. It could be hidden kind of there cleverly. And I don't think you can walk in them. I already found one up there. Hello. Have you fully woken up now? Is it chaos time? What are you doing? You're contemplating scratching my chair again. Why? Why is it so fun to scratch? I don't know where the animal pens are. CC. Why do you crave chaos? You silly kitty. I hear her go fluff on the ground. CC, what are you up to? Can I go back here? This would be kind of a clever place to hide a chest. Because I can't go in there. Nope. It's because this gate does not work for me. I mean, I guess it's close enough to the farm that because I found the chest on the farm, maybe not. That's partly why. I might go to the mountain area and take a look there. I think the white, like, snow is also giving my eyes a bit of a fit. Or statue. TC, what you doing? What you doing? Tiny chaos child beside me is finally done kitty recharging and is ready to, I don't know, probably go on an adventure of destruction. We'll see what happens. This looks like something could be here. Apparently not. Aside from like a landing for this. CC. I think we found one by the horse statue early on. Hello. You want to destroy things? Really? Why is it you want to destroy things? You don't have an answer for that one? Yes, but why do you want to destroy things? You don't know? You know? You don't want to share? You don't want to tell us why you just like to destroy things? You're a silly, silly girl. I feel like if there was a chest up here, this is another place I would have found it early on. In my mind. Like, I definitely feel like I would have checked out this area. At least we're getting a few pumpkins picked up. What? Please do not decide to bite me. Preferably. You're giving me that face that says you're gonna bite if I don't pay attention to you. I'm trying to think of where they would have put it. I think there'd be a chest over here somewhere if I haven't already found it. I wouldn't think it would have to be anything with the jump courses or anything else. I feel like they're just extras, so they shouldn't be tied to being able to find things. Especially since it could cause issues interacting with them if they were connected. Anything up here? Oh, I do have flowers up here though. And that's a good thing. To grab. Thank you, little kitty, for picking everything up. Yeah, where would they have put a lot of these chests? I feel like I've looked for a while around here too. If there was one by the statue, guaranteed I probably found it. Am I down to... Nope, I'm still down to 4 of 6, not even 5 of 6 here. So I'm missing 2. Sometimes one of the easy ways to find one is it'll kind of show you during a race, and then you're able to find it later. This is technically right there. I haven't even had the... That happened with these ones that I know. I do need to head back to the stable so I can get the horses in for the night. I have found out it does not seem to kind of give you trouble the same way some other games do if you stay up too late in game, which is nice. Let's get all of you back inside. Okay, let's get everyone else inside. Just don't want to accidentally get a cold because I stayed out too late. I will train you real quick. It's not too late to do that. Maybe a little further with that. And then I'm going to give my eyes a break from this game after I finish up this day, and I can start again tomorrow. I know, we need to work on... Yeah, we need to work on the flexibility, so we need the shorter lead. Oh, now CC snoozing on my PC. Decided she's done sowing chaos for the day. Put the speed catch up here for in a second. But so far, stats are doing pretty good. Get the speed catch up for a second there. Hilariously enough, I tried to look up a question to see if any of the chests were progress locked, and Google didn't understand what I meant and gave me a Assassin's Creed thing. Very much helpful. Yeah, I have no idea. I'll have to look into it later, but I don't think anything should be technically blocked behind not having something other than, hey, you didn't have the quest from the stylist for the die quest or the chest, but I have those. So I will figure that one out later though. Okay, making sure you've been fed. Everyone's good for the night. Yep, okay. Need to do some races tomorrow. But now that I have Spirit Traveler, that should be a lot easier. End the day there. Oh yeah, we gathered like 139. No, I don't think we quite gathered 139 carrots. We've gathered probably like 120 maybe. Unless that gathered only counts that. Yep. Nice. Anyways, I am going to end it here for tonight, and I will continue tomorrow. Wishing Star is an adult now. We now have Spirit Traveler, which is the um, very rare horse that is like randomized, kind of almost to just you. But there, again, that's not entirely true because there's only so many variations. Um, we have them. We have Wishing Star is now adult. So we'll continue on with that. We'll continue on with the achievements. The storyline is absolutely done in game. Um, so I'm not too worried about trying to just end it there because I don't want to end it here. Like I want to continue on to the achievements. I kind of want to continue on keeping up with um, the goings on in the ranch and stuff. Tales of the Shire is the one that I want to finish. I feel bad. I do like the game. Um, I feel like there's other games that are a little bit more riveting, politely. Kind of where I'm stuck with it now. I do want to do Paleo Pines next. That is the one that's playing next. That Tuesday though, it will not be a Tales of the Shire stream. It will be a Peak stream, um, with mods, not like in-game mods, but my actual moderators are going to join in, and it is going to be chaotic, among other things. Um, I don't know if people are putting like using fireworks outside, but I'll give it what it is. Um, yeah, thank you. It was really wonderful, and yeah, I'm assuming there's a mod lurking around somewhere. But yeah, so Tuesday will be peak. Assassin's Creed will be Thursday, but also might be Wednesday. I'm wanting to add Wednesday as the other day for Assassin's Creed, give it a bit more time because we are getting towards the end of the first game. I think we're getting closer. Um, so Origins will be done eventually, and then into Odyssey. But yeah, this game. Once I'm done with this one, I might kind of finish up the achievements and call it done. But I might bring it back once in a while. The game I'm going to do next after this is either going to be the Windstorm games, which I've seen the movie, I've never played the games, and I know they're going to be cheesy. They're not going to be the best of the best. The other game I'm looking at is Emerald Ranch, which has its own problems, including being one of the buggiest first games. Um, very true, fair. Apparently, there are no mods working. But it is one of the buggiest first games that I know of that it's full release and it's still buggy. They really haven't gone back and fixed anything. With that in mind, I might do that one because just for the fun of it, it is also similar to Ranch in certain ways. There are other mechanics to it. It is kind of a mess, and I kind of want to go in knowing it's a mess. Um,
Yawns loudly and stretches sorry, mates. Just getting in me daily nap. Eyes start to droop nighty night, everyone. Curls up and snoozes.
good timing, I guess. Ah, is really good timing on that. But yeah, so that game is going to be a mess. That is what I want to kind of do, either that one or Windstorm, which is also going to be a mess. Windstorm though is very much a single person, story based. Emerald Ranch is a bit more like Ranch of Rivershine, but done by a bigger studio, and that doesn't feel that way, but it is the case. Um, yeah, so Monday, Tuesday, or Monday Tales of the Shire, Tuesday Peak, Wednesday maybe Assassin's Creed, Thursday definitely Assassin's Creed, and then back into Ranch of Rivershine. So I will be back tomorrow, same time or slightly earlier because I was a little bit late today for Ranch of Rivershine, and we'll go from there with it. But yeah, thank you for joining me. It was fun. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I am going to go rest my eyes a little bit after looking at a very bright screen for a while.